Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to... Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Colleagues, good afternoon to our hardworking central staff, employees. Of course, good afternoon to our testifiers. And a special good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning. Our meeting of Friday, March 21st, 2024 is hereby called to order. But before we move to our formal roll call, I would like to offer my condolences to former Senator Myron Jackson and Dr. Sharon Jackson McDonald and their family on the recent passing of their mom, Mrs. Bernice Peterson Jackson. Condolences are also extended to the family of Mrs. Irene Williams on her recent passing. Sadly, this represents consecutive losses over a relatively short period of time for both the Jackson and William families. May the Almighty grant you peace during this period of bereavement. Additionally, the recent death of a 9-year-old here in St. Thomas, allegedly at the hands of her mother, someone whose inherent role was to nurture, guide, and protect her, has really sent shockwaves through the Virgin Islands community. It has left us grappling with a profound sense of grief, a profound sense of loss, a profound sense of disbelief. May her death be the catalyst that ushers in a renewed focus on the importance of family, the importance of community, and the importance of mental health awareness. I'm currently finalizing legislation that introduces mental health education as part of the K-12 curriculum, exposing our young people at an early age to the importance of mental health. We'll work towards reducing the fear and stigma that keeps mental health very often and mental illness very often in the closet. The solution and hope for our territory and our world will lie in the hands of our young people. Talking about young people, we were blessed this morning to have the presence of 8th graders from the Julius E. Sprouse School on St. John. We had an awesome time here in the chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a contingent of brilliant, inquisitive young people who reminded me, and I definitely have to express kudos to them, they reminded me that Sprouse School won the junior high school basketball championship. And I promised to give a shout out to some of the players who were here in the crowd. Shout out to Keandre Scatliff, Jahai Jackson, Rakai Fleming, and Wickland Baptiste, and Keelan Brathwaite. They were all players on the championship basketball team. Kudos to them. St. John is doing big things. Colleagues, this afternoon we have a very important agenda. Our lineup includes the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Commissioner J.P. Earle, who will provide an overview of disaster-related projects, followed by disaster recovery projects, followed by Director Adrian Williams Octley, who we all know heads the Office of Disaster Recovery, the entity charged with overseeing all federal disaster assistance funding programs for the territory. We also have Commissioner Lisa Alejandro here with us, and several members of their team, who will be here to support Ms. Director Williams Octley. A key part of our discussions will be Rebuild USVI. This is the initiative that the governor has touted think at the State of the Territory was the first time that we heard about the concept. And this initiative will focus on grouping projects, disaster recovery projects, in billion-dollar bundles, making it even more attractive to major national contractors, potentially accelerating the pace of recovery. So the devil is often in the details. We're going to have Director Ottley and her team will be here to share some of the details with us. My colleagues will be able to drill down a little further into what this initiative will entail. Madam, Mr. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Diane T. Capehart, present. Senator Amma Francis Halliger. Senator Halliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Absent. Senator Maurice L. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Present, Madam, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Mr. Chair, you have...
Gittins.
Please record Senator Gittins as present, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have a quorum and we may proceed. Mr. Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
March 22nd, 2024, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Senator Potter, I do apologize that due to a prior commitment, I cannot be present at the Committee of Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting scheduled for today, Friday, March 22nd, 2024. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience my absence may cause. Thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. Please record Senator James as present. As excused, I'm sorry. As excused. Any further correspondence?
No, Senator, that's all the correspondence for today.
Thank you very much. And definitely want to welcome once again the students from the Julius E. Sproul School on St. John. They were here with us all morning, and they are here with us in the chambers. Welcome, students. I just gave you all a shout out, so don't think that I forgot you guys. Welcome to them and their teachers who have accompanied them to the chambers. Thank you very, very much. These are my new best friends. Mr. Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
From Milton E. Potter, Chairman, Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, dated March 14, 2024, the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning will meet on Friday, March 22nd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands to consider the following. Block 1, the committee will receive an update with respect to the status of the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Invited testifier, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Earle, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Block 2, the committee will meet and receive testimony with respect to the territory's goals and strategies under consideration involving the bundling of disaster recovery projects. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Earle, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Ms. Adrian Williams Ottley, Director, Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. So stand reasons of the agenda, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I think we should start with a general mic check, and we'll start with Commissioner Alejandro and just move to my right. Just state your name, just so we can make sure that your microphones are working.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senators. Good afternoon. Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of Property and Procurement.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator. Jean-Pierre Earle, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Adrian Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Atra Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you for being here. We're going to start with you, Commissioner Earle. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. And just letting you know, what I did is, towards the end, I just combined what was originally supposed to be Block 2 into this one
Excellent.
statement. So, and my apologies to my colleagues, because Block 1 was just me, so it had, there was certainly more pages than my normal one-sheeter. Good day, Senator Potter, other members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and the listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Earle, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on the department's programs, initiatives, and projects related to our recovery from the 2017 storms and the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. Whether it's a direct assistance program, infrastructure repair, mitigation project, or coordination initiative, DPNR is involved in several aspects of the recovery effort for the territory. I'll begin with the direct assistance programs. DPNR is responsible for the implementation of 5 direct assistance programs: the Hurricane Fisheries Disaster Relief Program, the VI Historic Recovery Program, the Fisheries CARES Act 1 and 2 stimulus programs, and the VI Council of the Arts CARES Act stimulus program. Below we discuss progress with each of these programs. The Virgin Islands Council of the Arts applied for and received $411,900 from the National Endowment for the Arts to provide stimulus funds to artists throughout the territory. The program was run in 2 phases and provided a maximum of $50,400 to individuals and $361,900 to arts organizations. To date, all $411,900 has been disbursed to the artists in the territory. Fisheries CARES Act 1 and 2 stimulus programs. DPNR's Division of Fish and Wildlife applied for and received approximately $3.96 million from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to provide stimulus funds to commercial, recreational, charter for hire, and fisher-related businesses in the VI. Eligible applicants were required by the federal government to demonstrate a minimum of 35% loss of revenue between March of 2020 to June of 2020 for CARES Act 1 and July of 2020 to December of 2020 for CARES Act 2 for qualification for direct assistance. DPNR partnered with the USVI Economic Development Authority to administer the program. The media campaign providing information on the program went live on May 9th, 2022, and the application period closed on July 7th, 2022. DPNR received 37 applications overall, of which only 7 applicants qualified for CARES Act 1 and 3 qualified for CARES Act 2, pursuant to the terms of eligibility required by NOAA. With a significant amount of funding remaining unspent, DPNR submitted a request to reprogram the funds towards the purchase and disbursal of safety and personal protective gear for fishers using our CARES Act 1 funds, and for the rehabilitation of the Frederiksted Fish Market as a distribution center. Both requests were approved by NOAA. All safety, personal protective gear have been disbursed in both districts, and the Frederiksted Fish Market is currently in the design phase. We anticipate construction beginning in June 2024 and being completed by September 2024 with the remaining funding. The Fisheries Relief Disaster Recovery Program. The Hurricane Fisheries Disaster Relief Program was launched in June of 2020, and as of February 28, 2024, we processed 438 applications and disbursed $6,094,896 in direct assistance to commercial fishing. A final Phase 3 of the program, where an installment of $5,000 of additional funds related to documented losses, is nearing completion. In addition, the department used disaster recovery funds of $145,683 to procure vessel emergency kits for commercial fishers affected by the hurricanes and disbursed those kits in 2023. We approached the hurricane disaster in the fishery by both providing assistance to fishers and improving the habitats where they fish. The plan to install artificial reefs to create nursery and foraging habitat destroyed during the 2017 hurricanes have been executed in conjunction with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Nature Conservancy. We anticipate installation of an artificial coral reef habitat to be completed by the end of 2024 by UVI in the St. Thomas and St. John district, while the Nature Conservancy added resiliency to its coral growth facility in St. Croix with redundant energy systems and outplanting of corals at sites across the St. Croix district. Our VI Historic Recovery Program. The VI Historic Recovery Program was launched in November of 2020, and the eligibility phase of the program closed on March 31st, 2021. DPNR received 223 applications, of which 105 were deemed ineligible. Of the 128 eligible applications received, 106 applicants were advanced to Phase 2 application, which were then evaluated and scored by our external panel. 65 projects were selected for funding review and are now being processed out. The total breakdown is 56 construction projects and 9 nominations for potential listings on the National Register of Historic Places. To date, for construction projects, 15 historic buildings have been completed, representing approximately $2 million in repairs. 10 projects are actively in construction, 10 are under review by the National Park Service for final approval, and 21 are being prepared for submission to the NPS by the end of this month. One major issue encountered with this recovery program is the National Park Service maintained that their grants are solely on a reimbursement basis. So technically, this is not a direct assistance program. For example, if the department issues an award of $100,000, the awardee must spend $100,000 up front. Then once the repairs are completed, the awardee must provide the receipts paid to the contractor, as well as submit photos of completed repairs to the recovery staff, who must then submit these documents back to the National Park Service for final approval before the department can draw the funds to reimburse. Unfortunately, many of the awardees are not in a financial position to spend that money up front, so the department has been working on securing financial partners who can provide the gap financing needed to assist many of the sub-grantees. After several months of having meetings with local nonprofits and other financial institutions, I am very pleased to report that the Historic Recovery Program has partnered with the Office of Disaster Recovery to assist with the gap financing for the sub-grantees to begin and or complete their repairs. We are finalizing a partnership with another local agency to streamline certain recovery services and hope to have an announcement in the very near future regarding this partnership. I'll now move to our infrastructure repair programs. Provided to you, I didn't send this in. My apologies. Provided to you is the supplemental documentation of all DPNR project worksheets. All are currently obligated, two are currently in construction, with others in various phases of action. For the purposes of this discussion, I'll focus on the major projects. Charles W. Turnbull Library. The project was obligated by FEMA on January 19, 2021. The design documents were completed in October 2021 and bid documents were completed in December 2021. The project was advertised for bid almost immediately in January 2022. The lowest bid received exceeded the allocated budget by $1 million. Thus, the solicitation was canceled. The revised scope of work and bid package went for public solicitation in May 2022. Bids were received in June of 2022, and again, the lowest responsive bidder was almost $1 million over the FEMA award amount. DPNR was able to secure funding through the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, as the library is a community facility, and a contract was executed in June of 2023. The notice to proceed was executed in August of 2023, and the facility is currently under construction. We anticipate the renovation will be completed by September of 2024. The Enid M. Ba Library. The project was obligated by FEMA on September 9th, 2021. And following the completion of the design package, the project was put out to bid twice, both times coming in significantly over budget. DPNR was able to secure additional funding, and the contract was executed on February 20th, 2024. The notice to proceed is effective March 19th, 2024, and the renovation should be completed in 1 year. Fort Christian Museum. This project was obligated by FEMA on June 30th, 2022 for architectural and engineering services only for the preparation of a detailed scope of work. DPNR submitted a detailed scope of work to FEMA for review and approval on February 9th, 2023. Although we have responded to all requests for information, we have not yet received approval of the scope of work and cost estimate for this project. In the St. Croix district, we have the Brugal facility, which was obligated by FEMA on January 19th, 2021. The department intends to secure the facility and is developing the scope for an alternate project to submit for the use of these funds. For Fort Frederick, this project was obligated by FEMA on January 19th, 2021. Task order for architectural and engineering services has been executed and the design plans are about 60% completed. The funding will be used to do a major renovation of the facility, similar to the renovation of Fort Christian 7 years ago. The St. Croix Public Libraries. This project was obligated by FEMA on April 14th, 2021. Scopes of work for both the Florence Williams and Ottley Peterson libraries were developed, and the bids for repairs for each of these facilities were solicited in July of 2021. Repairs to the Florence Williams Library are completed, and we held a ribbon-cutting ceremony on March 20th, 2024. We anticipate the reopening of the facility to the public on April 8th, 2024. The Peterson Library is under contract and currently under construction. We are presently in the process of approving a change order from additional items, not a part of the original scope of work. and we anticipate the completion of the project in early 2025. In St. John, we have the Sproul Library, which was obligated by FEMA on April 18th, 2020. A contract for the repairs was executed in November of 2021, and the project commenced on February 8th, 2022. This project has been completed, and a ribbon-cutting ceremony was held in April 2023. The library is currently open to all patrons. In our St. John office building, this project was obligated by FEMA on November 20th, 2020. The project was contracted in April of 2023, and the notice to proceed was issued in July of 2023. Construction is ongoing, and we expect to be completed between July and August of 2024. Our mitigation projects. The department is the recipient of 4 different awards relating to our response to the 2017 storms and our resilience to future events. These awards include the following: $4.2 million from NOAA's Marine Debris Program, $7.3 million from FEMA's Hazard Mitigation for Code Enforcement, $960,000 from FEMA's Flood Mitigation for the updating of our flood regulations, and $800,000 from FEMA's Hazard Mitigation for the completion of stormwater management plans across the territory. Oh, forgot Mercuria. So for our NOAA Marine Debris Award, this award contained 3 tasks: removal of the derelict vessels in Crum Bay, St. Thomas, removal of the derelict vessels across the territory that were not mitigated by the U.S. Coast Guard as part of their mission assignment in 2018, and the promoting of community cleanups to remove non-vessel debris that remained following the storms of 2017. All of the tasks under this award have been completed, and we are in the process of closing out the award. For Task 1, the Crum Bay barge removal, we executed a contract in the amount of $2.9 million for the removal of the derelict barges in Crum Bay. The project has been completed with the scrap metal collected sailing out of the territory on February 10th, 2024. Some vessel debris still remains in the area, and DPNR will continue to seek funding to remove this debris. However, the nearly 30-year-old blight in this area has finally been removed. Task 2, derelict vessel removal. DPNR executed 2 contracts, one for the St. Thomas St. John District, one for the St. Croix District, for the removal of derelict vessels and large-scale marine debris throughout the territory. Funding in the amount of $638,900 was used to remove 30 vessels and large-scale debris, such as engines, refrigerators, washing machines, etc., in the St. Thomas St. John District, and funding in the amount of $186,900 was used to remove 12 derelict vessels and other large-scale debris in the St. Croix District. Both projects have been completed. Lastly, our community cleanup events. DPNR made available to citizen groups awards of up to $100,000 for the removal of non-vessel marine debris. In addition to typical household trash, this would include removal of appliances, construction debris, etc., that remained in our coastal areas. DPNR received and funded 8 sub-award agreements in an amount totaling $169,842 for the cleanup projects. FEMA's Code Enforcement Grant. This award was provided to the department to respond to the rebuilding that would be taking place throughout the territory following the storms of 2017. It provided for the hiring of additional staff, which constitutes a mix of inspectors, plan reviewers, and mid-level managers, the purchase of 8 vehicles, the purchase of tablets for our inspectors as we transition to an electronic permitting system, and some of operating expenses for the implementation of the award. In addition to the items listed above, this award also funded updates to the building code, including those passed by the 34th legislature under Act Number 8444, and those moved forward positively under Bill Number 35, 0172 earlier this year. A flood mitigation grant. This award was provided to the department to update territorial laws and rules and regulations regarding flood hazard areas, bringing them more in line with the National Flood Insurance Program administered by FEMA. DPNR executed a contract for professional services for the revision to the territorial flood regulations in early 2020 and completed the revisions in January of 2021. These revised regulations were signed into law by then Acting Governor Roach on February 17, 2021. DPNR has requested and received a 2-year extension on this award in order to fund some additional policy changes, create several index maps, and implement some on-the-ground flood mitigation projects, and these projects are currently underway. Our territorial watershed plans. In 2019, DPNR submitted an application to FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Program to develop watershed plans for 8 major watersheds across the territory, the goal of reducing repetitive loss as a result of flooding. DPNR was awarded $800,000 to implement this project and contracted with a consulting firm specializing in the development of watershed plans. In February 2022, DPNR held town hall meetings seeking comment on the preliminary findings, and this project has been completed with all plans for the first 8 watersheds released in September of 2022. Towards the end of the original goal, we added a 9th project for a watershed plan for the Dorothea Hull Bay watershed. This project has also been completed as of September 2023. The goal of this project is to complete the plans as soon as possible and provide the recommendations listed to the Department of Public Works as they implement design of the different roadway systems as part of the recovery process, installing the required infrastructure that will minimize susceptibility to flooding. Thus far, this collaboration has been working well, and we are seeing some of the recommendations from our watershed plans being implemented into design. The Mercurio landside acquisition. On April 25, 2022, DPNR received a FEMA HMGP award for the acquisition of parcel number 6-3-111 Estate Carolina, St. John. The parcel is occupied by a home that was severely compromised by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The goal of the project is to acquire the property from the owner, remove the existing structure, and have the lot serve as a drainage and green space parcel to assist the Department of Public Works in the management of stormwater coming off Centerline Road. Appraisals for the property have been completed. An offer for purchase has been made to the homeowner. I am pleased to report that as we've been sitting here this morning, that offer for purchase has been accepted by the homeowner. And in addition, we initiated the bid process for the design of the stormwater control system to be implemented on the property. So we can leave that last line alone there, since we have received the confirmation. Lastly, our coordination initiatives. As DPNR is tasked with the permitting of the various infrastructure projects taking place across the territory, my staff is involved in a number of scheduled coordination meetings with several agencies to ensure National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, concerns are properly addressed pursuant to award conditions, as well as for the timely processing of applications. We have developed an electronic review platform for the review of NEPA concurrence letters. We have streamlined the review for all demolition and construction projects, and are involved in planning and construction meetings with the VI Housing Authority, the Juan F. Louis Hospital, and we have coordinated a procedure with the VI Housing Finance Authority for the submission, review, and payment of Envision Tomorrow applications. We are providing on-site consultation to agencies for VI State Historic Preservation, just to name a few. We are working closely with our sister agencies as well as the Office of Disaster Recovery, who is coordinating many of the meetings to ensure a streamlined process. As it relates to the bundling of projects, DPNR does not have a direct role in this process. Our role is on the regulatory side, determining the impact of the development. Every disaster recovery project or FEMA-funded project worksheet must go through an environmental review process to ensure no impacts to wetlands, cultural and historic resources, and/or water quality, and no impacts to our coastal zone. Every agency is responsible for obtaining their environmental clearances for each project. After all the environmental clearances are obtained and all mechanical, electrical, and plumbing plans are submitted, then the permits for the structures are submitted. For the projects that are likely to be bundled, for example, water lines, sewer lines, roads, the impacts are similar and there would be no issues in reviewing these together. For the individual structures, each project would require its own review as each site condition may be different. If there is a concern about DPNR's capacity to review projects, DPNR does have the in-house expertise to review the drawings for some commercial structures. However, for the more complex structures, such as the hospitals, DPNR engages the services of the International Code Council, or ICC, the agency that promulgates the regulations for the International Building Code, the International Electrical Code, and the International Plumbing Code, and many other codes that DPNR adopts. We also have in place a mechanism to have compliance inspections completed by third-party entities on behalf of DPNR. This concludes my updates as to the status of the DPNR recovery project-related initiatives. I would like to thank Deputy Commissioner Athniel Bobby Thomas for his efforts managing all of our infrastructure projects. I would also like to thank my senior management team and staff who have been placed an emphasis on the disaster recovery projects. And I would also like to thank ODR, the Department of Public Works, and the Department of Property and Procurement teams for their assistance in navigating through the many processes so that we can complete our projects. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Earle, for your very comprehensive presentation. Director Williams Octlin, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter, Chairman of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, distinguished members of the committee, as well as fellow testifiers and the listening audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams Octlin, Director for the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I am accompanied here today by Commissioner Derek Gabriel of the Department of Public Works, Jomo McLean, Highways Program Manager for the Department of Public Works as well, and Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director for the Office of Disaster Recovery. The Office of Disaster Recovery remains focused on its mission to rebuild resiliently, holding steadfast to its mission to strengthen the territory's infrastructure and completing projects to better position the community to thrive. In order to accomplish this, we must continue to successfully execute our strategic priorities to get the funds, spend those funds correctly. To effectively stay the course, ODR maintains a collaborative partnership with both local and federal stakeholders, allowing for continued progress towards getting the funds. Since our last time before this committee in November of 2023, our office has increased obligations by $3 billion to $11.6 billion. To date, the largest recovery funder, FEMA Public Assistance Program, has received $9.1 billion, of which $2.8 billion has been expended. Moreover, of the approximately 1,500 FEMA Public Assistance projects, only 56 remain to be obligated, of which 37 are fixed grant projects. We thank FEMA for their continued support and push in the last few months to move projects from approved to obligated. Prior to February 2024, 2024, the cost share for FEMA disaster recovery grants stood at a looming 10%, which could have cost the territory over $1 billion. With the now long-awaited adjustment, eligible disaster costs are now funded at 95% federal cost share or 5% for permanent work projects and 98% federal share with a 2% local cost share for projects under the Section 428, which includes the bulk of the larger, more complex projects to rebuild schools, hospitals, and other critical facilities. The cost share adjustment signifies FEMA's commitment to the territory's recovery goals and provides the necessary resources to make those goals attainable. It is important to note that the cost share adjustment has some constraints. The remaining 428 projects fixed cost offers must be accepted by the end of September 2024 and completed in 11 years for the 98% cost share to be honored. Therefore, it is imperative that the pace of the recovery be accelerated. Now that we have secured the majority of the obligated funding and a resolution for the match, the territory is positioned for the next phase of the recovery. However, we have to take a different approach to completing the territory's recovery project portfolio. With a total reconstruction package estimated at $15 billion or more, reconstruction cannot be conducted in a business-as-usual fashion. Rebuild USVI is a comprehensive initiative that will enable the territory to undertake this massive reconstruction program while maintaining the way of life that Virgin Islanders treasure. This historic and ambitious plan is one of the largest and most concentrated infrastructure investments in the Caribbean region. The mission to complete major reconstruction of the territory's critical infrastructure over the next decade and a half will require a Herculean effort beyond our current capacity. However, this comprehensive strategy will allow ODR to tackle challenges we have been reporting on since the start of the recovery. At the present pace of expenditures at $500 million per year, it will take another 20 years to complete the recovery. We must at least double this amount and spend $1 billion a year if we are going to meet the stipulations of the match agreement. Completing these major recovery projects by December 2035 is critical before the match reverts back to the 95% cost share. A more efficient approach must be considered. To accomplish this, we knew we needed to attract firms that have proven strategies for housing supply chain, and labor shortages, as well as the ability to construct in hard-to-build areas. To this end, we traveled to New York City, Washington, D.C., and Chicago, amongst others, to conduct market research and meet with large engineering, procurement, and construction contractors that I will refer to as EPCs. What we found was interest, but not in the way the recovery is currently structured. To attract these Tier 1 contractors to the territory, we needed to change the way we do business. They needed projects totaling $1 billion or more, streamlined processes, clear line of decision-making, timely payments, and a shared risk procurement. With confirmed interest and a strategy, the team set out to unite contractors and help them understand the upcoming opportunities. ODR, in conjunction with the Office of the Governor and other agencies, hosted an industry day on the islands of St. Croix and St. Thomas in the first week of December 2023. 150 plus representatives from national, regional, and local firms came together to learn about the projects and the timeline for the overall rebuild program, meet with territorial recovery leaders, learn about the upcoming procurement process, and provide input on how a collaborative reconstruction can be successfully structured. Industry Day also gave EPCs the opportunity to meet with the local contracting community, learn their capabilities, and see how best they could leverage the skilled labor already existing in the territory. Our team extended personal invitations to company registered with DPW's Disadvantaged Business Enterprise or DBE program, companies registered with DPP's GVI BUY, and companies currently participating in a disaster recovery program. I want to emphatically state our intent is to continue to have our projects executed by Virgin Islanders for Virgin Islanders. Our local contracting community will have every chance to participate fully in this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Leveraging local contractors will also help the EPCs lessen the learning curve on constructing in the territory, which we all know is very different from the mainland. While local and regional contractors will continue to play a substantive role in the recovery, participation in the national EPCs will bring large-scale construction expertise, and bonding capacity is essential. Attracting and retaining a workforce of 5,000 to 7,000 workers at the peak of construction will continue to require extensive involvement from the Department of Labor and local contractors, both in partnership with large national firms and on individual rebuild projects. EPCs will depend on the engagement of local contractors on projects and will bring established upskilling programs, partnerships, and development opportunities to local firms. The Rebuild USVI program is influenced by other major construction programs on the mainland, adopting best practices that would be recognized by any EPC. We are simply adopting proven methods of handling multiple large-scale projects nationally and globally and adapting them to the Virgin Islands. This is not a novel concept. States such as New York, California, Louisiana have successfully implemented similar strategies to jumpstart major rebuild efforts, whether in response to natural disasters or community development needs, essentially allowing state agencies to get back to their core mandates and functions instead of administering capital projects. Because we knew what we needed to attract major EPCs to do work in the USVI, projects were packaged in $1 to $2 billion $2 billion procurement bundles. Initial bundles were created based on horizontal versus vertical infrastructure, groupings of $1 to $2 billion, by island and sector, and project readiness. 4 bundles have been identified on St. Croix to include a healthcare bundle, an education bundle, and 2 horizontal bundles. Likewise, on St. Thomas, there is also a healthcare, education, and 1 horizontal bundle. And on St. John, we currently have identified 1 vertical bundle. It is the only cross-industry bundle. Procurement of the first of several multi-billion-dollar bundles is expected to commence this year, starting with the healthcare facilities on St. Croix, which includes the Wang F. Louis Hospital, Donna C. Christensen Medical Complex, and Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged. The second bundle will be schools on St. Thomas, which includes the St. Thomas Administrative Center, Lockhart K-8, EBO, Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver Elementary School, Janie Tuitt Elementary, Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and Bowski Elementary addition. This will be followed by the first horizontal bundle on St. Croix. The development of a RFQ and a RFP for these first 2 bundles is currently underway. The first solicitation, the RFQ, is intended to create a short list of contractors with the expertise and bonding capacity to undertake billion-dollar-plus construction packages, while RFPs will allow for competition on specific bundles of projects. This 2-step approach will promote collaboration between national, regional, and local contractors, as observed during and after Industry Day in December. In addition to strongly encouraging and promoting these substantial subcontracting opportunities for local companies, there will be over 300 smaller projects for local contractors to bid as prime contractors outside of the bundles. The first pillar of Rebuild USVI structure is establishing a super PMO to coordinate efforts. Establishing a project management office to coordinate the efforts of all contractors, government agencies, and other key stakeholders has been an essential enabler for major multi-sector infrastructure construction projects nationally and internationally. Currently, ODR is in the process of standing up a super PMO in recognition of the scale of the undertaking, leaning upon best practices and lessons learned around the world and right here in this recovery. The super PMO's responsibility is to cover key functions, including but not limited to interagency, contractors, stakeholder coordination, master project prioritization and schedule management, procurement, resource balancing, program controls and compliance, accelerated payment processing, design management, and program risk management. ODR and its key stakeholders are building the foundations of the Super PMO, including forming the governance framework, mapping roles and responsibilities, creating the organizational structure and staffing plan, and devising policies and procedures. The Super PMO is expected to be stood up in the second quarter of 2024 with local staff augmented by contractors. The Public Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery are currently advertising for an executive delivery manager who will spearhead the subdivision. The position closes on March 28th. As a cooperating party to the Super Project Management Office for Rebuild USVI, the Department of Property and Procurement plays an integral role in the acquisition process. The Commissioner of Property and Procurement is assigned as a procurement subject matter expert to ensure solicitations are carried out in accordance with local and federal requirements. The Commissioner of DPP shall assign a contracting officer representative who will be responsible for monitoring the procurement process and making recommendations for contract awards. As customary, DPP will continue to procure all local and federally funded goods and services to include disaster recovery projects that are not identified under the Super PMO. The department supports the efforts of the Super PMO as DPP does not have the resources or the specialized and technical skills to wholly administer acquisitions involving bundling or substantial bundling of this magnitude and complexity. DPP asserts that the establishment of the PMO will garner substantial benefits for the territory and will enable the government to best balance economies of scale while reducing acquisition cycle time and creating opportunities for our small business. So the next steps are that after the first two bundles are underway, the territory will subsequently develop and release additional RFPs for the remaining projects approximately quarterly, with a clear goal of having all projects under contract and underway by the end of 2026, staying the course to complete the larger 428 projects by the December 2035 deadline. Until the territory had in hand the billions of dollars for reconstruction, an initiative like Rebuild USVI would simply not have been possible. We have done the research, engaged potential contractors, implemented many of their recommendations to put us on par to compete with the rest of the opportunities on the mainland. These contractors must report back to risk committees to determine whether or not they will make a sizable investment in the territory. Through the development of Rebuild USVI and its pillars, we have streamlined processes and identified resources to support solutions to housing, workforce, and logistical challenges. Therefore, now is the time for Rebuild USVI, which will enable the Brian Roach administration to fulfill its promise to rebuild a better, stronger, more resilient community in the aftermath of the 2017 hurricanes. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rebuild the territory's infrastructure with funding through disaster recovery and the IIJA funding. With the critical mandates made on us with the match waiver and by the people of the Virgin Islands, we cannot afford not to do this right. Honorable Senators, we have come to the end of today's testimony, and we want to express our appreciation for your partnership as we enter this most critical phase of the recovery. As we continue to work toward the full recovery and rebuilding of the Virgin Islands, we remain committed to deploying these funds effectively, efficiently, and transparently. The recovery remains one of Governor Bryan's top priorities. I would like to thank the dedicated staff at the Office of Disaster Recovery for their unwavering support. Navigating the changes in policies and procedures and shifting within new requirements can be difficult, but this is the task. I also want to share my appreciation to the recovery leaders for their consistent efforts to move the recovery forward. I encourage you to visit our website regularly and contact us anytime with questions or concerns. We remain committed to building a stronger, more resilient and prosperous territory, and with your support, we will continue to build a legacy of resilience.
Thank you very much, Director Williams-Actolin, for your very comprehensive presentation. I wanted to ask you to do something very elementary for us. Can you walk me through the process of how FEMA and HUD funds are processed? Is it on a reimbursement basis? How does that process work?
So the process begins with having the funds obligated. Once we have obligated funds, then we have the opportunity to review invoices and then process those invoices and draw down the funds from FEMA. Early on in the disaster, if you may recall, we didn't have that right. We would have to pay up front. We successfully navigated that, and that was the first, I would call the first success of the recovery. And then the second part of that, now that we're not a manual draw, we now can actually go on and draw it without FEMA having to review. But of course, everything we do is subject to their audits.
Okay, excellent. I know two key things that I've seen here in your rebundling strategy and rebuild USVI. Two key components seem to be the super PMO as well as the accelerated payment process.
Right.
I wanted to know, with regards to the super PMO, is the standing up of the super PMO office, is that a prerequisite to you getting out the bid packages? Is there a role for the super PMO in compiling and putting together the bid packages?
So it is not a prerequisite because the team right now, I have engaged, I call them the recovery leaders, a team with support from property and procurement, we have technical advisors that are helping to draft the solicitations, the RFQ, and all the contractors ask that we submit an RFP, a draft RFP for the project. This will allow them to make their determination of whether or not they really want to send qualifications because they know what they're trying to qualify for. So we've done that, and the team is working on that simultaneously. In standing up this super PMO, we would like to have the executive delivery manager on board, of course, so they can play an integral role in how the structure will be carried out.
Okay. I was just looking at your accelerated payment process, and how do you account for the FEMA part in this accelerated process? I know you can control only what you can control,
Right.
but ultimately, after you do your thing, FEMA
does not have a role in the drawing down of funds. So we have earned their confidence to be able to do that on our own. So it does not have to go to FEMA for approval prior to. And what they do is what they call their audit. It's called validate as you go. So every year they come in and they sample and make sure that we are drawing funds and doing things in accordance with the regulations.
Excellent. Where are you with regards to hiring this director, this coordinator, this conductor?
The application time frame closes on the 28th. That's next week. Wednesday? Next week, Thursday.
Okay. What skill set are you looking for? What does that salary pay?
That salary pays upwards of 185,000, and we're looking for top tier expertise in managing projects at this level, experience in both horizontal and vertical construction, and project management, of course, oversight, definitely to the scale of the function that is required.
Excellent. I mean, I know, I was trying to see if I had the skill set, but I'm excluded from that. Commissioner O'Neill, I was pleased that we seem to be making some progress or some movement, specifically with regards to our libraries, the rebuilding of our libraries. And I know that the way libraries functioned when I was a student, elementary, junior high, is different from the way libraries are slated to function in today's world. I was reading about some innovative ways that some jurisdictions are using their libraries. Some things new, fresh, incorporating technology, using the libraries to have community activities and the like. When you're doing this rebuild of these libraries in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, are you having that in mind? I mean, we're building some nice structures once again, but as far as just modernizing the way the library is utilized, are you?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So, thank you for the question. So, you're absolutely correct in that the age-old, head down in a physical book and being extremely quiet and hearing shh behind you is actually not how modern-day libraries are actually being run. It really is technology-centric. And so what we are doing in all of the libraries is ensuring that the spaces, when you go in the libraries now, you're seeing less emphasis on stacks of books and more flexible spaces.
Okay.
The other thing that's unique about our libraries is that they are in these historic buildings, and they partly are acting also as cultural museums as well. And so, with the exception of the Turnbull Regional Library, but there's still a cultural component when it comes to the Turnbull Library, because we do have the Von Schulten collection inside the Vern Lindquist room there, which again is a Caribbean-centric collection of things that represent the history not only for the U.S. Virgin Islands, but also our sister islands in the neighboring region. So, when you come into the libraries as we open them now, you're going to see an emphasis on technology. You're going to see, our computer centers, because that's where the highest usage is.
Correct.
We made sure that we were outfitting everything with brand new computers, with all of the suite of programs that are most commonly used for people to have access to. You'll see that we wanted to also create flexible, more comfortable spaces for people. So we're introducing, couches and like lounge seats for people to have comfortable seating. But then also we're emphasizing the actual individual kind of classroom settings where you can have community meetings.
Right.
And we want to encourage people to come and with their book clubs and have discussions, have educational seminars. I know myself, prior to the Turnbull Library leaving, we used to host a number of public meetings at the library, both in the theater area as well as upstairs in the mezzanine boardroom. So all of that is being taken into consideration as we repair these, and making sure that all of our technology money is there. And one of the things that we're actually next going to do in all of the libraries is to have an independent quiet room. And one of the reasons for that was because as we move further with health technology, one of the emphasis is having these telemedicine visits. And not everybody has access to the high-speed internet or anything to be able to have those. So we're actually creating very small, quiet rooms where you can now have a one-on-one with your doctor through telemedicine inside of this very private, secure room. And you know, we've received some of the screens for those. We receive the high-speed internet through our E-rate agreements for that. So this is just another way where we can provide an additional feature for our public who may not have that digital capability at their home.
That's excellent. That's brilliant. I mean, I am pleased to hear that you're forward thinking when it comes to the utilization of our libraries. Colleagues, we're going to proceed with a 7-minute round. That's 1 7-minute round, beginning with Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning. It's afternoon. I've been here for quite some time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I come here and I listen, and many times I end up in a very depressing mood because we have these testimonies and testifiers that deliver their testimonies the morning of the hearing. And it puts the legislature in a very disadvantaged position in order to research some of these informations that here and get a lot of information that we really need to get for our constituents. Nevertheless, that's the game that is played to us on a regular basis. Mr. Director Oreo, I saw your testimony and I listened very clearly, and I didn't hear any mention about the fish market been closed down for quite some while, and I always touch the things that my constituents continuously complaining about. Please help me with some information about that fish market in Lorraine, because I didn't see anything addressing it. Can you please help me with that?
Sure, Senator. So the Lorraine market is not a disaster recovery project. That's why it wasn't included as in the projects that I went through. The stalls in the Lorraine market are available for rent. When we first opened the facility, we actually had 10 renters. Several of them have chosen to leave the facility due to some of the activities that are taking place in the surrounding areas, and they don't feel comfortable. There's a question about safety. The only portions of the Lorraine market that are closed right now are the scaling rooms, because when we had the scaling rooms open, the troughs that are bringing the scales into the waste treatment system, they were clogging those apparatuses. So we needed to now go back out and find a way to attach some kind of macerator pump to the trough to grind those scales down so that they can then be processed with the rest of the waste. Anything that doesn't go into the actual sinks that have the grinders on them, they've become problems in there, and the volume was just too great.
Commissioner, for time's sake, I know that, and I'm quite sure all the fishermen know that. We're speaking about these pumps for quite some time. What's the status and the purchase of these pumps?
So, Senator, we've gone out, we have put out a number of requests for proposals for persons to come in, and unfortunately, we're not getting responses.
How long those pumps been down, Director?
I believe it's going on 2.5 years, Senator.
You know, I drive by there just about every evening when I going home. And the stench that comes from that air because of that fish guts just being thrown in those areas is ridiculous. I'm sorry for those folks who live on that upper side of the road in the evening time, especially if it was a hot day and dew at night. It doesn't go well. It doesn't sit well with me at all. And what's the status on the Frederickstead Fish Market?
Frederickstead Fish Market is actually currently in design with an engineering firm called Moffitt and Nickel. We should be out to bid on that project. We're hoping by mid-April because we would like to start construction in early June.
All right. What's the maximum amount of the 50 out of the 400 provided individuals under the program sufficient to address the financial challenge faced by artists during the pandemic, or should it have been a little higher?
Senator, I believe that the program was designed based on the number of artists that we have and then the total amount of monies that were allocated for the Virgin Islands. So the $411,900 was the maximum amount available. And we did something where there was certain limits that were set by the National Endowment for the Arts. We know we have over 120 individuals and I believe about 35 entities that are part of our VICA artist program that receive grants from us. So the numbers that were there were based on the number of active participants that we have on our annual basis.
You think it was sufficient? Did you think it met their needs?
I think it met a need. I do not believe that the allocation for the final number for the Virgin Islands was high enough.
You say you didn't think it was high?
I believe the Virgin Islands should have received more than $412,000.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
But that's not set by us.
Sorry, go ahead.
But that wasn't set by us, Senator. That's set by the federal government.
Okay. What measures you think should be taken to ensure that more fishery-related business qualify for further stimulus? Because I talked to a lot of the fishermen, and some of them felt that there was some more money they should have received, and for some reason, I think there was a difference from your office and the fishermen them in far as that stimulus program.
So, no, Senator. If you recall, during the pandemic, when all the different businesses were shut down, commercial fishers were not one of those businesses that were shut down. Anybody could have gone to their commercial fisher to purchase fish. As a matter of fact, catch actually went up in 2020 when most people were shut down and at home. The businesses that we thought would have taken advantage of the program more were the recreational fishers, because all of tourism was shut down from March of 2020 to September of 2020. But what happened was when we opened our doors, and then now those businesses were able to recoup a lot of the cancellations from March in November, December, they did not meet the 35% reduction in income that was required by the federal government to be eligible for the stimulus. And thus, that's why we had so few applicants to the program altogether.
Thank you very much. It's Adrian Williams Octolin. Rebuild USVI. Sounds very good, sounds very catchy. I keep saying to people, we're not going to build our people homes. Rebuild USVI for me don't mean nothing to our people. I had a video here today. We'll be holding it for some time. But when we're talking about this Envision program, which wasn't mentioned much, these are the things that touch me, because I go to people home on a regular basis. I continuously seeing and hearing the cry. Been having some rain around St. Croix and the Virgin Islands. And these homes and the condition of our seniors, please help me. Not much discuss about that in here today. But those are the things that touch me. Yes, I want this infrastructure to be built back and built back strong. My people gotta live in a house too.
Senator, yes, we are working. I completely agree with you. Since ODR took over the program, we expect to send out a RFP for 65 homes that we have been vetting on, making sure that we have all of the necessary documents, and we anticipate getting that out before the end of this month. That's 65 homes, And then we also have 20 homes that we're giving to the current contractor for 85 homes that we hope to have in construction in May. That is the goal. We hear the cry of the people, and we've been pushing. ODR has been working with all of the entities involved to get to those people that you're referring to. So we're on it.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask one more question. I know 7 minutes is nothing for what we have here, especially when we get all of this information this morning. 7 minutes is not appropriate, and I definitely hope we have a second round. If I may ask one more question at this time.
Yes, you may. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again to ODR, what challenge and opportunities arise from the remaining 56 FEMA public assistance projects that are yet to be obligated, especially considering the time constraint and funding adjustment?
Thanks for that question, Senator. So the remaining projects to be obligated includes the wastewater and the potable water projects for St. Thomas. You may recall that we got the replacement decision for St. Croix. We're working to provide FEMA with all of the documentation for those. That is, we have to get that in by September. One of the things that we're working against is the time when it comes to inflation. We anticipate the factors that are developed to be able to develop the costs is set on future inflation rates. The numbers have been trending down, so if we do not lock in our fixed cost offers before September, then we are poised to get less money for those projects. So that is that is one of the challenges that you've asked that we are working and racing against to make sure that we can agree on those fixed costs for those critical infrastructure projects. It's just basically getting it all together and getting FEMA to approve, and then those fixed cost offers goes to an independent expert panel that's outside of FEMA, and sometimes they lower the cost that FEMA and the territory has agreed upon. So those are the challenges, but we are pushing forward to get the remaining projects obligated this year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Director Actolin, I wanted to ask you, prior to the renegotiated local match reduction, right, what was the total HUD funds set aside to be used for the local, for the match?
So initially, it was $500 million. As the project costs for the current allocated projects for those HUD funds came in, it became necessary to start taking away money from match and doing through substantial amendments, utilizing that funding for current projects. So we're down to about a little less than 425 million, which of course is not, wasn't sufficient for the projects and for the amount that we anticipated to get to FEMA.
Okay, now that we got this reduction, right? And I'm not sure how the funds, the utilization of the HUD funds would work. Now that the match requirement has been substantially reduced, does that free up HUD funds for other projects? Does it?
So we still have a shortfall. I think what this waiver has put it in reach. This waiver has allowed us to move critical projects with the amount that we've set aside in the CDBG mitigation dollars for the territory. We are still short, but what we can do is utilize, just to restructure in the funding allocations, because it is not, we would utilize less money and have the opportunity to figure out how we'll meet the match on projects that are later down the road.
I got you.
But we still have a shortfall.
So the 400 million more or less. So that amount is a fixed amount that is still available to be applied to the local match.
So that's an amount that we've already been expending from.
Right.
There's still additional need, but for these projects that we've identified, there's sufficient funding in the CDBG funds to be able to move the projects forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to recognize non-committee member Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Welcome, Senator Fred Gregory. You have a point of information? Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Just a quick follow-up, Director Williams-Octolin, based on the response that you just gave to the chair. So he asked specifically the 425 is the 425 specifically for the local match?
Yes.
So it's for any and all things related to the local match?
Correct.
So the 75 that you used previously was to support projects where you needed the local match?
Yes.
So you didn't utilize that 500 million for other projects. So we want to be clear.
Okay.
I don't think it was very clear.
So within the funding, that there are buckets within the HUD dollars, and the territory allocates what buckets they want to put it in. So the match funds, let's say we may have $100 million in match, but we realize that there's another project that's critical that we need to have done. We can submit a substantial amendment to HUD to change that and say
we have the flexibility to do that.
We have the flexibility
but I mean,
to move
as of our
with HUD approval.
discussion today, that bucket with the 425 that's left is to support the local match. I know you have flexibility.
Yes.
I get that.
Yes.
425.
There's some in DR and there's some in
100 million, actually.
let me get the exact number, but there's some in the DR bucket and there's some in the mid bucket that's around 400.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience and the testifiers. First, I'd like to take a moment to say my deepest condolences to former Senator Myron Jackson and his family. May your mom rest in peace. And also today was the send home for Jesse Martinez, who died on November 29th and finally was buried today. Condolences to the Martinez family. Commissioner Earle, I would like to ask, you gave the present testimony today on your direct assistance programs and disaster recovery projects. I want to ask, do you have an individual whose role is only, and I say only, to deal with the FEMA disaster recovery projects? Yes or no?
Only? No.
Why not?
I mean, I have someone whose primary responsibility is the oversight of our FEMA projects. That's Deputy Commissioner at Neil Thomas. But that is not his only role.
So that person is responsible to have that interaction with Office of Disaster Recovery, VITEMA, DPW. That is that one person that deals with all your FEMA projects?
That is correct.
You mentioned most of your projects were obligated in 2020, 2021. through the chair, I'm going to request well, first I should ask, how many no-cost extension or time extensions have you requested to FEMA? Because from 2021, 2020, these projects are still ongoing. How many time extension or no-cost extensions have you requested for each one of your projects? If you can send this information through the chair, if you had to ask 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, please indicate that. The time, the date, everything. Because these projects need to go, they need to happen. And I would also want to ask, for these same projects, when did you send out your formal solicitation, your requests for proposals? I would also like to find out through the chair when those were sent out and who responded and who you selected. These projects are taking too long. I've been there, I know. So when I'm sitting here, because I'm ready and I was really interested to find out, okay, well, who's going to do Fort Frederick? I mean, these projects are taking too long. Too long. And we keep hearing the same story over and over. The Frederiksted Library, I think you provided information that you selected a contractor. What's the status on that? Can you give us some real details as, you know, that place was contaminated with molds. Are you getting rid of all of those books? Because all of them books, a lot of books, historical books, will have to be thrown away. What's the status on that, Commissioner?
So the Peterson Library is currently in construction, Senator. The FEMA obligation did not include enough money for all of the problems that the structure holds. And so my office...
Hold up. If I may, Commissioner, if I could clearly remember, that PW for the Florence Williams Library and the Frederiksted Library was on 1 PW. Am I correct, if my memory serves me right?
You are correct.
Yes, sir. Was it ever identified that there would be more money for the Christiansted Library, where they probably need whatever amount, $1 million and $1 million for Frederiksted? Was there ever a PW or a request for more money for the Frederiksted Library?
No, they were both included in the same PW as you just indicated, Senator. That's what a 428 project is. They gave a fixed cost offer for $2.1 million, of which the Florence Williams Library ate up $1.4 million.
Okay. That was the biggest mistake. That should have been on 2 different PWs. Well, I'm just going to ask for that information through the chair. No cost extension, time extensions, solicitations, requests for proposals, who were selected for these projects. There's a lot of things that your department is behind of. And I think even lack of staffing contributes to a lot of things not getting done in your department. One thing I am going to even ask that, this is not on your testimony today, but I'm going to request it. The island of St. Croix, we have a serious issue through the Fish and Wildlife Division. If it can please be addressed. The snakes, it's not until someone gets hurt that this department will start taking it serious. We need to be able to control these snakes. So Commissioner, if you can please work with your Fish and Wildlife Division to see how we can have bounties, pay the people them the money for catching these snakes because they want to catch them and they want to get paid. So Commissioner, please, as you have been requested some information through the chair, that you also see how you can assist through your department,
Time.
through the Fish and Wildlife Division, to assist with the serious problems as we have in St. Croix particularly. I understand now they ventured the snakes gone to St. Thomas them too, so you're going to start having that problem in St. Thomas. And probably that's when you would start to address it. But Mr. Chair, I need no further comments from this commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator
point of
Capel.
information.
Commissioner, are you clear on the questions or the information that the senator is requesting?
Yeah, but through the chair, I'd like to respond, particularly to the notion that somehow my department is behind on something. Obligation is solely for those that are supposed to be familiar with the process. Obligation begins by the general assessment of the structure with either, at the time, it was with O'Brien. Maybe you have some additional engineering staff come in, do a more detailed inspection. Obligation is to agree on a cost. What it does not agree to is an actual scope of work. Scopes of work are developed, architectural and engineering firms and those types of professionals who can actually put those things together. So across the departments in the government, there's not a whole bunch of A&E personnel just sitting around there just to do scopes of work for the different areas. But now you see every single project that we're mentioning for DPNR, only 2 of them are actually in A&E right now. One of them, the A&E is completed, and we've been waiting a year for FEMA to actually accept the scope of work. The second one is a $10 million project for Fort Frederick, where the A&E, immediately when we were given the release of funds, we went into a task order with Springline Architects, who has been working with us and is 60% completed right now. So I don't understand how DPNR is behind on anything when 2 libraries are completed, 2 of them are in construction, one of them is 3 months from, St. John office building is 3 months from being completed, and 2 of them are completely out of the hands of DPNR because we are not A&E professionals.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much. I missed to ask my good buddy from Public Works some questions, and I sat in there. And again, my constituents cry every day here. Can I have a timeline on the bridges that are being under construction on the island of St. Croix? I saw the one by West Airport Road driving some piles. I've been looking at these projects, and I really need to get some timeline. So we got the one by West Airport Road, we got the one on the Queen Mary Highway, and we got the one next to agriculture. Can you give me some timelines on these bridges as to when they will be completed?
Good afternoon, Senator. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Through the chair, the Queen Mary Highway bridge is expected to be completed in early summer. We're hoping by June, barring any further delays. Midland Road, which was also awarded to VI Paving, that one was suspended at my request because I know we had a number of bridges that were out and it would cause some traffic concerns. So I asked for them to hold off on that one. That one will not be starting until East Airport Road and Queen Mary are complete. East Airport Road, as you said, the piles have been driven. That one is also slated to be completed by June. We had some delays with some equipment getting it here. And then Altona Lagoon is also slated to be completed by June as well.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Director Ottley, earlier when you were talking about the match and HUD funds, you made it clear that we were still short. There was still a shortfall in that area. Have you been able to quantify what that shortfall amount is?
At this point, if we stay at the 15 billion, we would still need perhaps another 125 million. Of course, if we go up to 20 billion, and again, that increases.
Okay. Thank you for that. You mentioned earlier that you had technical advisors. Can you share with us who are your technical advisors for this project? People I'm looking at, those experts there, Joe McLean.
We also have
Gabriel.
Tawana Nicholas, as Albany Nicholas is also chief engineer with DPW as well, and they've been working, and Jomo McLean to draft the RFQ. We also have a firm on Baker Donaldson, who is helping us to draft the RFQ, RFP, so that we can align with the necessary structure in that solicitation to avoid any problems afterwards.
Okay. Thank you for that. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
A pleasant good day, everyone. I want to, first of all, thank all of the governor's testifiers for being here and for providing such a really comprehensive look at the recovery projects that we have going on. I do have some questions, and I'll start with the last testifier, then I'll work my way up to the first testifier, Ms. Adrienne Williams Octolin. I really appreciate the strategy that you and your team have come up with so that we could place the recovery on a faster track. Our people really demands that at this time. But I do have a question on page 2 of your testimony where you stated to date, this would be the third paragraph. You stated, to date, the largest recovery funder, FEMA's Public Assistance Program, has received $9.1 billion, of which $2.8 billion have been expended. And then you go on to say approximately 1,500 of the FEMA Public Assistance projects, only 56 remain to be obligated. So my question is, how much of the projects have been completed utilizing the $2.8 billion that have been expended? That would help us to see, that we are making really sizable efforts to get this recovery completed and finalized.
Approximately 700 projects have been completed. Of course, there are the smaller ones in comparison to those more complex ones that are left, but we've been able to complete 700 projects, PWs.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the 56 remain to be obligated. Are these 56 included in the amount that you want to bundle?
Yes.
Okay.
The wastewater, the potable water, those are the critical ones that are left to be obligated. There's some that is outside of the bundles left, like we're looking at a replacement for the generation at the power plants, Richmond Power Plant and Harley Power Plant, and those projects are still being reviewed by FEMA.
Okay. And you haven't gotten an obligation for those funds yet?
No.
But you have submitted documentation and they're being reviewed. That's what you stated?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Now, I wanted to ask you about the page 7. This would be in the last paragraph. You mentioned a contracting officer representative that will be from DPP and actually will be helping to streamline the process. Is this going to be one individual, or you're looking at multiple persons? Because, with this level of technical work that you need, how many persons are you looking for this position in
This
itself?
position is 1 to 2 people but will also be backfilled by the firm, the Baker Donaldson firm as well, that will be augmenting. And as usual, we turn to, if there's any other issues, we always rely on property and procurement to assist in resolving, being a part of any resolution.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Now, have we looked at identifying what the matches is going to be for these projects? Specifically, I just wanted to get at least a good appreciation for, because we have a really strict timeline for this 98% match. Okay, how far are we in meeting this goal? Because it has a deadline of this year for us to get these projects up and going.
Okay, so we have two deadlines. We have
Right, two
one
deadlines.
deadline. We have one deadline to accept the fixed cost offer from FEMA, so we can obligate those 428 projects, so that we can fall into the 98%.
How many projects are there included in the 428 projects?
Okay, I'll have to pull that up.
Yeah, well,
I'll get it
submit
for you. That's
yeah, because
not hard.
and we want to get at least a good detail of how many projects by Island District are located in these 428 projects, and where we are at least in the status, because this is a really great deal for us.
Yes.
We don't have, I keep stressing it all the time, that we don't have any money, okay? We don't, because some people are not paying their fair share in their taxes. But that's just my little issue. But that's the next thing. So then I'll need to know that, as well as how many projects are included in this 95% federal cost share.
Okay,
And
I can get you the breakdown. So there's like you asked, there's 2 lanes. It's either a standard lane or the fixed cost.
1 minute.
And I'll give you the breakdown.
Okay, quickly, Commissioner Earle. Now, I had some questions here that I jotted down because I didn't get from, even though your testimony was comprehensive, I didn't get when are the deadlines for any of these funding sources. And then you mentioned that you had gotten funding for some of these projects from other places. You got a funding source, but you didn't state it in here. For instance, I think it's a Charles Wesley Turnbull. You may have said you got some money from some other funding source outside of the grant.
Outside of the FEMA PW.
Yes.
ARPA, we requested and received ARPA funding of $1 million to supplement.
Okay, now I got that.
Time.
Upper funding. Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that we'll have another quick lightning round, because I do have some additional questions to ask. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Director Ottley, how many employees do you anticipate that you will require for the super PMO team? How many people?
That's the transparent answer is TBD. We know how many we need to get started for the first 3 bundles that we've anticipated, but the full amount, we really want the EDM to come on board, and also to get the first set of contractors on, so that we know what is the depth and breadth of what's going to be needed. But we plan to roll out 3 bundles this year, and the initial staffing that we've hired, we believe we can roll those out.
Okay. Thank you for that. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger, are you there? In cyberspace somewhere? Okay. We'll get back to Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. 7 minutes. Okay, we're seeing you now. We weren't seeing you or hearing you. You have your 7 minutes, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized. We're not hearing you. I don't know if your mic is on mute or if you're having challenges with your audio. No, we're not hearing you at all. We're not hearing you at all on our end. I don't know if maybe you should disconnect and reconnect. And I will come back to you, okay? Thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Let me start with DPNR and the infrastructure repair programs. So the questions were already asked with regards to our fish markets. What I want to ask is, upon completion of these markets, if we're going to have proper enforcement so that these markets could be used for its intended purpose.
I mean, we monitor the facility, Senator. We only rent stalls to people that are in the fishing industry. That's the use of the facility and what you can rent. That only eligibility for a rental.
So you have a whole enforcement entity under your umbrella, and I expect to see enforcement being done across the board, even by your enforcement team, not just the VIPD. Now, with regards to the Charles Wesley Turnbull Library, are we on schedule for the completion in September of this year?
Yes, Senator. They say August.
Okay.
I'm saying September.
Okay, August, September. Thank you. The Fort Christian Museum, you've yet to receive response, though you've responded to all the requests you stated. Do you have a point of contact on your end in your department with a direct point of contact on the other end?
Yes, we do.
And they're constantly in contact with each other?
We have standing meetings with FEMA every other Wednesday, so twice a month.
And no last update on this, on the Fort Christian Museum?
We know that it is currently in, what's one of the review teams from FEMA? CRC review for FEMA.
So what's CRC?
The CRC is a costing. That's where they do the costing and develop how much money they're going to give us.
Okay. The moving to St. Croix, the Brugal facility, what is the obligated amount? This is from 2021?
If you give me 1 second, Senator, let me just pull that up.
Okay, and while you're pulling that up, why 3 years later and we're still developing a scope for an alternate project? How much longer before we're able to submit this scope for an alternate project?
So the original project that we had, Senator, it fell through. And so now it's about developing something. Again, it has to meet the rules for the 428 program.
All right, don't forget the obligated amount. At Fort Frederick now, I also want the obligated amount for that. That's from 2021 as well. Design plans are about 60% completed. Any timeline for this project in particular?
So we anticipate the completion of the designs by the end of June, early July is when we would get the 100%. And that 100% is when now you would have an actual scope of work to get approved by FEMA for which you could go out to bid. So the Fort Frederick was obligated at 6.2 million. The Brugal facility, I believe, is 3.1. I'm just pulling up my spread. It's 2.7 is the Brugal facility.
2.7
Yes.
million. Okay. And the you have the one for Fort Frederick?
6.2 million.
6.2. Nice. Now the we got to start spending some monies, you know. The public libraries. You had a ribbon cutting just about 2 days ago. What's the purpose for the ribbon cutting ceremony if we're still ain't gonna open until next month? I think like 2 Mondays from now.
Well, Senator, we still are. There are some things that we need to make sure are there for operational. Making sure that when we transfer staff, everything is fully in order. And it's just going to take an additional 2 weeks, given the Easter holiday, to make sure that that happens.
So understood. So instead of teasing people, we need to make sure that we're ready to open and then have these ceremonies. But we're having these ceremonies and then the place still closed. No access to the public. Thank you for your responses. ODR, 65 RFPs you stated went out regarding these homes. Does this include homes that were completely demolished already?
Senator, just a point of clarification. I said that my comments were relative that we're working to get 65 homes out by the end of this month. So they're not out already. It's a combination. It's rehab as well as repairs.
Would they include those that were completely demolished already? People are out of their homes now in excess of a year, in excess of 2 years. We're paying exorbitant amount of rent, $1,100, $1,200, $1,300 a month. People been out their homes for a lot of years.
Yes, Senator. It includes the reconstruction. Those homes.
1 second. I just want to know if these homes, those that were knocked down, are they being prioritized?
Yes, Senator. Those homes that have those criticalities that you mentioned, they are being prioritized.
Okay, thank you. To DPW, I got to move so fast because I want to catch all three. DPW, I think time was called. Can I just conclude here, Mr. Chair?
You may conclude, Senator Gittins.
Thank you. The bridges, you were asked about the bridges earlier. Do you have timelines on these projects? And I'm asking because there's 2 areas in particular in St. Croix that directly affects some businesses in that area. And I'm not sure what type of government assistance they're getting, but people are prohibited from traversing in these areas. Do you have a definitive timeline on these bridges?
Yeah. Yes. So I'll, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'll go through just a few of them. I'll repeat them. So for Queen Mary.
And the last thing will be for you to address the road construction hazards that we're having, because especially on St. Croix in the area of the old Hovensa Training School site, it is very, very dark in that area. And while they do have the cones on the side, every roadside construction supposed to have those orange beacon lights on top of it flashing at night. This is not happening. In addition to it not having any lighting on the roadway, in addition to it not having no road striping there, and the median that's there, there's a concrete median that's there that starts off like a ramp. And it's been 2 vehicles now that they had to take off of that concrete median. I had a picture so that you could see what I'm talking about, but it seems like we're waiting for somebody to get seriously injured or die before we address this. This Jeep ended up right on that median. That's in the middle of the highway there, and Melvin Evans near the old Hovensa Training School. And the other picture, you will be able to see where the median starts off low on the ground there. That's like a ramp going up. And this poor 81-year-old lady, there was her birthday that evening. She's heading home. And because there was another car next to her, and of course both cars trying to avoid the construction on the left side, her right tire went up on that concrete median and just ride the median like that. When are we going to have these inspections between DPW and the Virgin Islands Police Department to ensure that these companies are leaving these sites in a environment that will be suitable for our drivers to operate at night?
So, Mr. Chair, that was a lot. I'm going to try to answer everything. If I miss anything, let me know. So I'll start off with the bridges again. So the Queen Mary Highway Bridge, that one is being performed by custom builders. We're anticipating construction to be completed in early summer. We're looking at, again, by June. Midland Road, that was one that was awarded to VI Paving, and I asked for that work to be suspended before it was even started because of the other bridges that were being closed. We didn't want to exacerbate any more adverse traffic conditions. East Airport Road, that one is awarded to VI Paving. That is also slated to be complete by June of 2024. That project, as well as Altoona Lagoon, ran into some delays due to delayed equipment arriving on island. And again, Altoona Lagoon, barring any setbacks, that should be completed in June as well. Regarding the last question that you asked for, which is in relation to the Clifton Hill Connector project, a major part of that project is to expand the intersection, if you will, and create dedicated turning lanes. So that median that you're referencing will be removed. It should be demolished here within the next few weeks. I personally have conversations with both contractors that are working on the highway regarding their maintenance of traffic plan. We can discuss including including barricades that have the flashing lights. But as you know, Senator, what we did is we included a supplemental contract for that project to include the lights on the highway. That portion was prioritized. We are doing the street lights. They have completed their assessment. I think everybody knows that we got a significant amount of the lights on the highway up, but the portion running from Clifton Hill going east should be prioritized once we get that supplemental contract fully executed. I think that answers everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I request through the chair that the commissioner submit the timelines for those bridge projects to this committee? And I'm asking that the next time you and Mr. McLean are on St. Croix, that we get together so that we could visit some of these sites, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Senator Gittins. Commissioner, I know you've heard the request of Senator Gittins.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ottley, I know in your role as the head of ODR, have we had any issues getting FEMA to pay invoices? Is that something that we've had challenges with? Can you provide me with copies of any audits that FEMA has done that you can provide us with? Maybe let's say the last 2 audits.
I can provide you with information clearing any. So pretty much what happens is that if they come in and they have questions, then we resubmit questions until the issues are cleared. We've had smaller issues I can perhaps share with the ones that are maybe still open that we're going back and forth with FEMA on.
Any significant?
No, not significant. There may be some smaller ones, like we've had $65,000, $100,000 on things that were done early on in the disaster that we're going back and forth on to be able to provide documentation that may not necessarily have been available because of what happened and what occurred during the emergency time frame. But I can share information on that.
Thank you for that.
Point of information.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. I was trying to get in for a little bit here. My question is directed, my information is directed to Ottley. In regards to family members that are losing loved ones under this Envision program, have you guys designed a plan to help these family members to now complete this project? Because I know about 4 families that has died and their family who inheritance of that property are going through high and high waters to get these home built. Has there been a plan or an agreement with FEMA to deal with these particular homes with that Envision program? It's not the people's fault.
Not a people problem.
Our fault for this time delay. Can you
Yes.
tell me something positively, please?
Sure. So, Senator, we're taking those on an individual case-by-case basis. We're not doing anything blanket. We're looking to see whether or not they were a part of the home before, or they're living, everything that is eligible by HUD, and it's not FEMA, it's HUD, that does not contradict the HUD regulations. We're trying to find a way to get those homes repaired. Some of it, of course, is regulatory, and we don't have a say in it. If they cannot provide clear ownership, we're running into another issue we're running into now, that people are becoming over income for the program. And you know, the income eligibility is a factor. And the other unfortunate thing as well, the documentation and being able to provide documentation, and the issues of homes that are owned by multiple siblings, where siblings are not giving the person who is actually living in a house authority to move forward the program. Those are some of the challenges that we're dealing with. In the same lines of what you're asking, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Senator Johnson. Director Ottley, what is the estimated dollar amount of the recovery projects that will fall outside of Rebuild USVI?
Okay, that's a good question that I'll have to get the calculations for. What I can do is just estimate all of the projects that we have and estimated cost, because again, the cost for the projects are when the bids come in. So I can estimate based on what we have and provide that number for you.
I know you stressed the idea that local contractors are still going to have opportunities to participate in the recovery process to get a piece of the pie, whether in or through Rebuild USVI or through the large number of projects that will fall outside of Rebuild USVI. So I just wanted to get a sense as to what sort of dollar value are we talking about.
So there's still like 300 projects that we know right now that are either in design, getting ready to go into that phase. We're looking at the next 2 years that is outside of the bundling. But it's not whether they can do either. We're going to need every contractor that is able to work on these projects to be able to push this forward. The contractors, the companies have really shared and said, we prefer to use what you have because it's more cost effective to use the local labor than to have to bring in labor. So those are the, we want to make sure that we get the local contractors up to speed to be able to take advantage of these opportunities.
It makes sense.
Yes.
It really makes good sense that the local contractors who are aware of the nuances of building here in the territory, it just makes sense to have them be a part of the team. Now, when you're developing these contracts with these, mega contractors, I know a part of the motivation of getting us, steering us in this direction is the issue of capacity, the issue of housing, the issue of, are the contracts going to stipulate that the burden of finding these, figuring out housing or figuring out capacity, are the contracts going to specifically delineate that the burden is going to fall on the participating contractor?
Yes, that's a very good question. So part of the reason for going outside is for these companies who've said to us, we have solutions that we've used in other locations. We have built man camps. We have purchased buildings that were dilapidated and repaired them and left them there after the project is finished. So that part of the process is being requested in your in the solicitation. When you put in your proposal, we want to hear what are your solutions for housing, what are your solutions for the supply chain requirements included, and that will help us to be able to evaluate the best contractor for these projects. These things are part of the overall process, and of course, contracting to support that what you've included in your proposals, that will be a part of the contractual agreement.
Right. And what is your track record of pulling off something of this nature?
Absolutely. So that's why we're starting off with the RFQ. So we're going to qualify you first before you get to the part where you can actually put in a proposal.
Understood. Thank you very much. Senator Francis Heiliger, let's try one more time. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger? Okay. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized. Okay. We're seeing you now. Let's see if we can hear you now, Senator. We're hearing you faintly. You're coming in like very choppy when we hear you. But for the most part, we're not even hearing you at all. Speak it. Yeah, I don't know what that is. We're not hearing you at all. We're seeing your lips move. Is it, I mean, if you get closer, will it make a difference? I mean, I know you're pretty close. Yeah, we're not hearing you. Yeah, no. We're not hearing you, Senator. We'll try working it out. We'll go to Senator Fred Gregory and we'll try to figure out how we can fix your issues. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Just a very quick question, rapidly. I note that Charlotte Amalie High School nor the Bordeaux Fire Station falls under any of the bundles. What's the status of moving those two projects along? And particularly the fire station, that's a really important
Yes. Project
that to that neighborhood.
Absolutely. So the Charlotte Amalie High School is already out. It was already out to bid. It's actually in the contracting stage.
Okay, good.
So the PMO is going to manage, but it's not in the bundle. It'll start before the bundles.
It'll start before the bundle. Good. That's good news.
And 60% on Bordeaux, design
you.
for Bordeaux.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So Bordeaux is being in design.
Yeah.
All right. Very well. So I note that specifically Commissioner Earle added to his testimony with regards to the bundling of the projects. And I think that, it's important that we figure out a way to be innovative with moving these projects along. So let me ask you, because I did have my concerns. I do have concerns with regards to the permitting component of moving these projects forward, naturally. You noted in your testimony, Commissioner, that for the large projects, i.e. hospitals, et cetera, complex structures, that you engage the services of the International Code Council.
That's correct.
You have an agreement with them.
Yes.
What's that relationship?
So it's basically like when we have to send them, they basically serve as a consulting service for us.
So they consult for you.
Yes.
What's the turnaround time? What is their commitment to us here in the Virgin Islands?
I'm not sure the exact turnaround time, Senator. I can say that right now, for example, JFL is one of the projects that is currently underway. They have already actually completed the review, and
So
we
it's
recently
back to you.
and so right now the last thing is just facilitating the payment.
Okay, so give me an idea. How long did that take?
I think I'll send a message while we're here, Senator,
No
and I'll
problem.
get that time for you.
Okay, and then you talked about third-party entities on contract.
Yes.
How many?
4 right now.
So, and who's paying them?
So it's billed to the applicant.
It's billed to the applicant.
To the project.
So it's part of the administrative associated costs.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get to the bundling. So, no, before we get to the bundling, so Director Williams Octley, you said you have about 50 large projects left to be obligated. And we know that the federal government gave us a timeline to have those projects obligated. What is that timeline again?
September.
September 30th of 2024, correct?
Correct. Not obligated, accept the fixed cost.
Okay, you have two things going on there. You have the fixed costs and you have those that are standard. You have two sets of projects.
Right. Yes.
You have, okay, so let's talk about the fixed costs first.
Yes.
Are you under any pressure to accept the fixed costs of any of those projects that you may feel that the fixed cost amounts cannot meet the completion of the project?
No, we're not. If we believe that the cost share will outweigh us with the amount of money that we're fighting for, then we'll make that determination at the time.
So you feel that there's a balance?
Yes.
Okay. So you are prepared to move forward with the fixed cost. So the expectation is that we will see, we will meet the deadline with regards to the fixed costs, the 428 projects.
Yes, we are
Yes.
pushing forward to provide the data to FEMA. I just want you to understand too that we have to do our part and FEMA have to do their part
Absolutely.
as well.
I'm talking about what we have to do.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then you talked about the standard obligated, and I suspect those are the, well, they may not be the large projects, but the standard, those standard projects.
Standard lane projects. Mm-hmm.
How comfortable are we that we will meet that particular deadline?
I'm comfortable. The priority is given to the 428s because they are the ones that will get us to the 98% cost share. The standard laid ones really doesn't have a real significant impact in terms of the timeline because
you're
we're going to
saying-
get 95% of the cost
So you're
share.
saying that there's a likelihood that some of the standard ones will not fall within the necessary deadline to give us whatever it is, because at the end of the day, our revenues do not support these projects.
Correct.
So what are we saying?
We're saying that the priority is being given to those large complex projects to make sure that are the fixed grants that for the 98%, 2% cost share.
Okay, so you have a list of all the projects, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure you've shared them with us before.
Yes.
But I think what we need to see from you is what those fixed costs associated
select.
projects are, what those standard projects are, so we could have a better perspective on what you're saying. Because asking you and not really visualizing it could, create confusion with the conversation. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, good.
1 minute.
Let's now talk about the challenges, the comprehensive strategy. And you spoke specifically about the workforce and housing and the fact that you are actually asking these contractors that will bid for the bundled approach to share with you how they would house, etc. Now, what are you giving them? What are you giving them?
Yes.
Because you're asking them to give you, how I go house. What are you giving them? What are we giving?
We want to offer them, for instance, government property for them to build man camps. We're doing Commissioner Gabriel's working an assessment with the PMP to be able to do that. Also, we're also looking from the staffing perspective.
Time.
Anything that we can do with the visa waiver program that we can help to facilitate that so we can create those options.
All right. So you are familiar with what happened initially when the storms occurred in 2017, Of course, it was not. It wasn't under this administration, but it definitely carried over. Where there were two major contractors that provided work for the Virgin Islands, and subcontractors, local subcontractors, kind of got stuck. Some of them have never been paid. How do we mitigate that with this bundled approach in the future as it relates to the, and I think, I don't know, that might be a better question for the Property and Procurement Commissioner, but whoever wants to answer, how are we going to mitigate that we don't find ourselves 2 years from today having the conversation with these local contractors coming before the legislature saying, look, we can't get paid. How are we going to mitigate this?
So I'll take it and then toss it to Commissioner Alejandro if she wants to add anything else. There are two things that went wrong with that contract. That contract allowed for multiple tiered subcontracting. We have disallowed that across the recovery. It's just one line of subcontracting. Two, that the issue that we had with the gross receipts taxes, that was because that contract was not written properly, and we have standardized templates that we provided to all of the semi-autonomous instrumentalities to ensure that they're not creating contracts that are outside of the standard practices that we have for the GVI as well as for the federal funders.
Commissioner? I think my time has been called, so.
Yes, Senator, it has been
But you
called.
can respond.
Joel? Yes, so Senator, I believe the concern with regards to contractors that were not paid was immediately after the storm where there was no contracts in place, and being able to get the supporting documentation was an issue. What we've done since that time is create those task order contracts. We've created emergency contracts to ensure that a larger pool of the contractors are readily available in emergency circumstances. So we've changed the language in the contracts to ensure that.
Mr. Chair, can I add one more piece to that?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I know one of the things that we've also been talking about is adding specific DBE goals, using a
Say
lot
that
of
again.
DBE goals,
Okay.
so that the projects will have to use a certain percentage of disadvantaged businesses that are registered with our program. And that program calls for certain forms to be filled out with each payroll submission that you provide, each pay app request that you provide, so we could see that your subcontractors are paid as well.
All right, well, thank you for your responses, and I'm going to close by asking this one last question now that you brought up DBAs. What discussions, what meetings are we having with our small local contractors to prepare them for this huge event? Because we've been at this for a minute.
Yeah.
But what are we doing with our local contractors to prepare them to ensure that they understand the importance of their paperwork, et cetera, et cetera? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
That's an excellent
Thank you.
question. And we have started an industry day. We started talking about it. DPW has done training on payment processing. We're also doing it for every contract that we have. Like, for instance, Envision, we plan to have a construction training class for the contractors on how they can put their paperwork together. Additionally, one of the ideas that's coming out of this approach for the RFQ is once we've qualified the contractors, we want to have a second go around at a workshop where they'll get the opportunity to host local contractors and interview and interact with local contractors, provide their information to them, so that once they're putting the RFPs together, they're doing so in collaboration with our local contractors, and they've identified those resources.
Thank you very much, Director Ottley. I wanted to ask you before we get to the point of information, Senator Gittins has a point of information, Senator Johnson has a point of information, and Senator Fred Gregory. I wanted to ask you, colleagues, we're going to have a 3-minute round, so I don't know if your point of information can be held for the 3-minute round, or if it's really that person, we'll move forward. With regards to the September 30th deadline for not obligating, you didn't use the word obligating. You
Fixed
used
cost offers?
fixed cost offer. Do we have an internal plan as to what is our timeline to get
Yes.
this information to FEMA so that FEMA
So-
can respond?
We work with FEMA to identify the timelines for each step. So there's documentation that we have to turn in. We agreed to turn in for some of those critical ones to turn them in by March 31st. They said that once they get them into March 31st, then they believe the schedule and the timeline is more doable. If we fall outside of that, then it could be problematic. So we agreed that we would get all the documentation in for March 31st and then try to make sure that we respond to any RFIs going forward. RFIs being a request for information.
Okay. Thank you for your response. When I do the point of information, Senator Gittens, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just sitting here and really wondering, after listening to the responses, I want to know if we have a plan B in place. God forbid that we don't see a democratic return to the White House. Do we have a plan B in place, as we've heard the Republicans talk about a clawback on some of these disaster fundings? What are we going to do?
Senator, this is the plan to get these contracts, these solicitations out and get the funding obligated, because they won't claw it back immediately. You know, it would, once we have the projects obligated, then we have them here to be able to perform, and they gave us a deadline of 2035. So that's why we want to make sure that we get these out and stay on schedule with the plan that we have. Outside of that, we would have to write letters and lobby to make sure that we keep funds. But that's a plan B that we don't want to get to.
Well, we're hoping to see this because we're seeing obligation of funds from 2021. We're now in 2024. So you're saying we have until 2025 to spend these monies.
35.
We're not seeing the movement. So I'm really hopeful that we can see the light at the end of the tunnel and it wouldn't be an oncoming train. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. I guess it's on the same line of the previous speaker. We're speaking about some fixed rate with some of these projects. And my problem with these fixed rates is we're taking so long to move these projects. What's going to happen with these fixed rates and the cost of material, the cost of labor going up? What's going to happen to these fixed rates that we have put in place?
And another good question, Senator. When we look at the obligation, FEMA is saying that they've provided us with a future price forecast that takes into consideration inflation. The only thing is it doesn't take into consideration things like COVID and all the things that's never been on the radar. But you're right, the longer we take to get the projects out and get the projects started, we're at risk for costs to increase and for any kind of external factors to affect our ability to get the projects done. So the only request that we have right now is to stay on track with what we say we're going to do. We're putting out these solicitations. We are moving our projects forward and trying to find more efficient ways for getting things done. But you are right, that is a risk.
That's why it is so important that we have established timelines, start and finish. And we're not hearing a lot of that with a lot of these projects. And as long as we don't have these things, I could see us running a problem. I don't have to be proven wrong on this. I could see problem down the road. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson.
Can I
yes,
just
you may.
Quick response. Senator, we do have timelines. I mean, sometimes we don't meet the timelines, but all the projects have timeline when they start. When the contractors have to give us schedules on how the work is going to be done. In many cases, there are only a handful of contractors that are able to meet those timelines, and we're hoping to build that capacity so that they can, and things that they run into that cause the timelines to not meet what was originally delivered or promised, those are the things that we're working on. The second part of that is to be able to pay on time, because the contractors will tell us if we don't pay on time, then they can't keep those schedules.
Thank you, Director Acton. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the question that I asked when my time was called. I was at the end of my time. and it goes back to the local contractors. I am not comfortable with the response that was provided. Perhaps we were rushing through it and it wasn't clear, but for me, it's important that we are deliberate about providing training, information to our local contractors. When you responded, it sounded to me that you were talking about local contractors in different buckets. These are the federal dollars, and for the most part, the requirements look the same, for the most part. So what prevents us from having, what did you call that day? You have a name that you call it?
Industry
Day. For Industry Day, were our local contractors invited to Industry Day?
Yes.
Okay, so now that they were invited to Industry Day, we owe them a follow-up.
That's yes.
But the follow-up can be those who are doing this project, we haven't, because that's how you responded, and probably that's not what you meant. So I wanted to make sure that we clarify that it's important for us to have documentation, the do's and don'ts, the allowable and the not allowable, all of that information that we should be able to hand to our local contractors in a packet at a training, at a conference, 2 days, whatever it is, that says this is what you're required to do. And if there is assistance that we need to provide our local contractors, we also need to identify a unit, a person, or whatever it is to support our local contractors. The last thing we want is to see a rebuild of the United States Virgin Islands and our local people are unable to say at the end of the day, we were instrumental in making this happen. That the funds, as much as possible, because we know of our challenges, stay here in the Virgin Islands and we are able to benefit from it. We are able, as we work on our budgets down the road, we are able to actually see the fruits of our labor. That's what matters for me. So I need to really be clear on, is there a deliberate approach between your office, the Department of Public Works, the Department of Property and Procurement, and whomever else, DPNR, whoever else, is there a deliberate approach to calling our local contractors to the floor?
Yes.
This is what we're doing. This is how you can get involved. However, this is what is required of you. That matters to us.
Yes. So
Tell me how.
let me be clear. When in Industry Day, we had sections of Industry Day that was designated for local contractors, about payment processing, about documentation, that they came away with documentation, handouts, information that was geared specifically to local contractors. And what I was also sharing too was that in every opportunity that we get, that we have any of our new programs, we're incorporating training for our contractors, because you're absolutely right. The documentation that's necessary for the federal funds go across the board. And in addition to that, I'm going to toss it to Commissioner Gabriel, because the DBE program is also doing additional training to get our local contractors ready as well.
Thank you, Director. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So we've had, Senator, a number of workshops specifically for our DBE contractors. We've had, like the Director mentioned, not only payment processing workshops, we've given them documentation, we've taken their feedback and actually updated a number of our forms. We have given them workshops specifically for DOT projects, which have a lot of the same requirements that we've talked about. We recently had one for Mahogany Road, where we, kind of got them ready to participate in that project, even if they weren't going to be bidding as a primary contractor. We have a number of other workshops coming up that are set up. Specifically in my office, I have Ms. Sharon Challenger, which runs our civil rights program. Her and her counterpart are actually going to training later in April, because we want to make sure that we have as much resources as possible to ensure our local contractors are ready for all of this work that's coming up. We've done a lot of getting them ready in the back office functions as well, but Director?
We're also, if there's an opportunity, and I can say that to this body, if there's an opportunity to jointly host an activity or some kind of initiative to do so, we're also open for that. The plan is, once we have qualified the contractors, we have a second industry type day for our local contractors. that will have a whole day of activities, information, training, again, getting them ready for the next phase of Rebuild USVI.
Ms. Barry might just take you up on that offer, Director. And are these workshops and trainings, training initiatives, are they available and accessible to contractors who are interested? I mean, is it something that is a closed circle of folks? How do you get the word out? Are they available? I mean, so if you want the information, if you want the training is there, is available, and our contractors are aware of it. Is that so?
So to Senator Gregory's point, it's really project focused right now. So we need to, the next phase for us, of course, is to just do it across the board where you can go on.
Yeah.
This is where you get this information, provide those resources. So we're not there yet, but of course that opportunity exists and we would want to take advantage of it.
Excellent. I think that's an excellent idea.
Senator, if I may?
Yes, you may. You may, Commissioner.
Yes. In addition to that, a lot of the training that we've provided has been a collaborative effort between DPW, property and procurement.
Right.
We've also ensured to bring our local contractors up to speed in registering and being prepared for these disaster recovery projects. Another method that we use in addition to the DBE is we also send blasts out through GVI buy.
Right.
So it goes automatically to the vendors, notifying the contractors, letting them know that, hey, this is upcoming, you would want to attend. So we have been doing those in the past and we'll continue to do it.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to ask you, I was just curious about the hospitals, the hospital rebuilds. I know right now we have an office of territorial hospital rebuild. I think Darrell Smalls is the executive director of the territorial hospital. I am calling it wrong. Calling it the wrong name.
Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team.
Redevelopment team. Now, what role will Darrell Smalls and that team have? How will they interface with this whole
PMO?
mega, super PMO. I want to say PMA. Super PMO.
Yeah.
What role do they play or will they play?
So each one of every project that is being managed by the Super PMO, that entity will have a designated person or two that will be their representative inside the PMO as their person for that particular sector. And then the owner's representative, for instance, it could be Darrell Smalls, will be the owner's representative, so he will be a part of design reviews, ensuring that the project is being executed in the intent of the owner.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. We're going to try Senator Alma Francis Heiliger one more time. Senator Francis Heiliger, I hope you're still there. I think I'm kind of hearing you a little bit. I'm not seeing you now. I'm seeing you clearly, but I'm not hearing you. I don't know if it's your device. Yeah. Yeah, Senator, it might be your device. We're not hearing you at all. Yeah, we're not hearing you. Sorry about that. Okay. Colleagues, we're going to go to our lightning round. We're going to give you a 3-minute round. I think we covered everybody, right? We have? So we're going to give you 3 minutes. We're going to start with Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, Senator Johnson.
Thank you. Did you say 30 minutes?
3 minutes, Senator. 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Director Acklin, in your first bundle, and in no place in your testimony I saw anything with Alexander Henderson School. What's the status of that school at this time?
Alexander Henderson School is in the design process, and the architects are working to complete the design for the school. it will be in the first school bundle for St. Croix. So in the interim, we're designing. After we get the first 3 bundles out, then we're going to do the St. Croix school bundle following those first 3.
And what's the status of the demolition of Charles Hallwood? Because that project came to a stop.
Yes, it did. There was a environmental issue approval that was necessary. I know you know that if we do anything before getting the environmental approval, then we can validate that project. So we had to halt while FEMA gave us the approval for that. We have since restarted and giving the notice to proceed, and they are working to relocate the lab so that the full force of the demolition can continue.
Thank you very much. And Director Orio, how many building inspectors do you have on staff at this moment?
Across the territory, Senator, we have 11.
Is that number adequate for these projects that we're going ready to just, I mean, we're talking about a lot of projects. Do you have sufficient inspectors once these funding becomes available for the applicants?
No, Senator, that amount of individuals is not sufficient for the amount of construction that is taking place.
1 minute.
And do you have a extensive drive for recruiting? Because we're talking about bundling and having all of these projects, and if we don't have these things in place, we ain't moving a place, you know. Let's be real about this. If we don't have these inspectors and adequate folks to make sure that these permits and everything is properly in place, we could bundle till we drop. These projects ain't gonna move.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, Senator.
Is there a recruitment drive to enhance and get more people on board?
There's 2 things, Senator. So again, we're always trying to increase our own, but the other thing that we're doing, particularly as we know these will be larger, more complex projects, is actually outsourcing some of the compliance inspections to larger firms that are more suited to those complex, larger scale buildings.
Thank you very much. Senator, your time was called.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator, no, before I move on, I wanted to ask you about Vital. It just came to me. And I know that I know that HUD, and shouldn't say that I know, had approved, I believe, the use of the $100 million, some mitigation funding to deal with the settlement with Vital. I think that there was an extension on this settlement with Vital, but I'm not clear. I don't think it was clearly articulated where we are with that. Have we accessed the funds? Where are we with the negotiations? I know you might be the best person here in this room to respond to that question.
Yes, in this room. The current status for the evaluation is it's in the environmental review by HUD. So that's what the Housing Finance Authority is waiting for, that approval that will dictate the next steps.
Okay. So it's not a done deal, in other words.
Not as yet.
Okay. Thank you for that. Senator Caput, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to do a follow-up question as it pertains to, with all these permits that would be coming to the department, Commissioner Earle, are you the only one that sign off on permits at the department?
No.
Or building permits?
No, I am not.
So you have given, who else signs permits?
Right now, the Director of Permits, Amanda Jackson Acosta, as well as our unit chief in St. Thomas, Alvin Newton, signed permits.
Hey, my colleagues even asked of doing a drive. Have you collaborated with the Division of Personnel to see how you can fill some of these positions?
Actually, what we've been doing is collaborating with the Department of Labor to do a project where they would certify or get individuals certified under ICC, under the International Code Council, and then those that pass those courses, we would recruit from them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I would just continue to listen to the conversation today.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Director Actolin, with regards to the question that I asked previously regarding the VTAL and the $100 million from HUD, and you mentioned that it was in the environmental review stage. I'm curious as to how will that impact, or how does that impact the extension that was offered by VTAL to close out the settlement agreement, if you're aware?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that's the settlement and is continued to be negotiated with WAPA and with VTAL, given the timelines that we have for approvals and ensuring that they adhere to it or get an extension from VTAL.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to continue where I left off in my first round of questioning with DPNR. Commissioner Earle, I noted for some of the projects that you have listed, there wasn't a total construction cost or a total cost for the project. Specifically, Charles W. Turnbull Library, because you've already have a notice to proceed for this. What is the total cost for this project?
The original contract was $3.1 million. There is a change order that is in process right now for $291,000.
Okay, and let's go to Eden Emba Library.
That project was $3.2 million.
$3.2 million. And on this project, similarly to the Charles W. Turnbull project, you had to get additional funds, and you got that from ARPA?
No. So for the PW, actually, for Enid Ba was only $785,000. We had to combine a number of sources to include the Department of Interior's CIP program, as well as some of our local funding through the general fund on that project.
And how much of the general fund monies did you use?
It's $800,000, I believe.
$800,000.
$850.
$850. Okay. Now, I wanted to also ask you regarding the architectural and engineering services for the Fort Christian Museum. Was that completed?
Yes.
When?
February of 2023.
February. Okay, you have it here.
1 minute.
2023. And what stage are you in now to get the work done? Have you done some work on the scope of getting the scope of work prepared?
Yeah, so the scope was part of the A&E that was done. The original allocation for Fort Christian was only the $50,000 for architectural services that we needed to first get that bumped up. Mm-hmm. Now the project has been submitted with an estimated cost, our estimated cost of $2.2 million. We are waiting for FEMA to go through their costing analysis and either agree or disagree.
And so this would be either a fixed cost?
That has yet to be determined.
Okay, because they're still going through the process to get it obligated.
Correct.
Okay, good. At least I'm learning and understanding. Now let's go to page 5 of page.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just wrap up with this one question if you allow.
Very briefly, Senator.
How big this Mercurial landslide acquisition, what's the size of this property?
0.6 acres.
0.6 acres. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I will listen in to the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Oriole, what is the bar library going to be used for?
3 things, Senator. The ground floor, what we are intending to do is have a shop that deals solely with made in the Virgin Islands products on one or the 2 western, if you will, bays. If you are walking and you have the arcade that's in the middle of the building,
Right.
so the 2 doors that are to the west, we're going to have what we want to call the made in the USVI shop, but not a pop-up shop, but permanent.
Permanent.
The 2 eastern bays, we're converting those into restroom facilities so that there would be more restrooms available downtown. The second floor is going to be library services, computer center, flexible room space. There will be some offerings inside, but we don't want to necessarily say it's going to be your traditional library. You'll definitely have access to reference materials, those types of things. We are still trying to finalize exactly what offerings we want to do.
Okay.
The top floor, we are going to move our Virgin Islands Council of the Arts offices from behind us here in the Francois building to the 3rd floor. They'll occupy 1/2 of that. And then we're going to have a flexible space across from them that can be used for a number of different things. It's just going to be pretty open. And then we're going to redo the courtyard so that now we can actually have more evening time, social type activities for artists, both musical as well as spoken word. We want to have, again, comfortable atmosphere to have book clubs, those types of things. And so we're just going to redo the courtyard to have a nice, more flexible space. Right now, it's really taken up by a bunch of planters and the staircases. So we're just going to reshape that and make it more usable, if you will.
Yeah. I love the vibe that you're communicating.
Our goal is really we want to enhance the west end of Main Street. You go down there, and the idea with having a welcome center, I'm sorry, I actually forgot about that. There's one of the bays on the ground floor is going to be a welcome center.
Okay.
The idea is that, you don't have to start all the way on the one end and work your way up. And then by the time you make your way, you're falling off into the side streets. No, we want people to be able to come to the Market Square area and understand that this area is full of Virgin Islands culture and
Rich
life in
culture.
this area. And having the Welcome Center on the west end, then the taxis can actually drop folks on the western end and let them come back the other way.
Excellent. I mean, the only negative is there's no parking really, so it's all drop off and go,
Yes.
so to speak. I wanted to the law, I believe, though, provides for an archives, official archives should
Yes.
be there also. So are you,
So that's part of the library services that we want to make sure that we're dealing with.
okay,
In June of last year, the department secured a $3 million award, of which $2 million is going towards the digitization of our archives.
okay,
And so now we're going to keep some of the offerings at Enidba. And again, we're still trying to finalize exactly what that will look like, but all of our terminals will have access to our digital archive. Over the last year and a half, we've actually partnered with Danish archivists who are digitizing and transcribing the old Danish archives. Because there's only a handful of people who can actually translate Old Danish right now as well. So
Dr. Gilbert Sproul, I think, might be one of.
perhaps I mean I know that the Genealogical Society and the St. Croix Landmark Society have been working very closely with the two archivists from Denmark who we've been partnering with over the last several months. We're actually anticipating their return a little bit later on this year, but they've already digitized, I think, somewhere around 60,000 pages from things that they have found between Enidba and the Florence Williams Library now over the last year and a half.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for the feedback. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I feel obligated to at least ask one more time if you're available, if your device is up to snuff. You're recognized for your 3 minutes, Senator Francis Heiliger. Try one more time. No, still no. We're gonna hire our lip reader next time, Senator. Thanks for your efforts anyway. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
I hope our good colleague Earle is how gracious you were to her today in those attempts.
Yes, she was. She was.
Sadly, it seems like we're in trouble in this territory. No access to most of our ballparks, no access to our libraries. It's really unfortunate that our libraries are not opened and seemingly not on our top priority listing. You know, we're saying that we can't find people to work, we can't find people qualified for this and that, but libraries provides and promote social support, and they play a crucial role in our society. Whereas it empowers literacy, it also has to do with our knowledge and skill development. If our people can't have access to read, we're doomed. I am still considering legislation to remove libraries from under the Department of Planning and Natural Resources because I don't believe that it's getting the attention that it truly deserves. Not that you're not doing anything, so this is not an indictment on you, Commissioner, but for many years I certainly believe that our libraries has no business under DPNR. Now, ODR, Alexander Henderson, you were asked about that already, but so I wouldn't ask that same question, but what I would ask is, what is the plan for the Arthur A. Richards property, if there's any?
Senator, to my knowledge, there isn't any current plan. I will defer to the keeper of our, if there's anything else you want to add, Commissioner Alejandro.
No, okay, if you don't have, Commissioner Alejandro, you know what the
1
final
minute
plan is for that? If you don't, we could move on.
No, Senator, not at this time.
Thank you. What's the status of the Frederickstead pool? Director Actelin, I think I mentioned to you before too, especially growing up in Frederickstead. That pool means a lot to us. I know that we run into some problems, but how about the phase-in that we discussed?
Yes.
So phase one could be just to fix the property to be used as a public park. People exercise and do different things and whatnot. We could utilize the property, whereas phase two could be the actual pool.
So I'll do you one better than that, Senator. We anticipate work to recommence,
time.
Next month. We're
So
finalizing the contract, so we're going to get work started on the pool in April.
We're talking about April 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the next hearing, I'll ask if we have a timeline to the completion. And lastly, DPW, all I'm asking right now from you is for a firm commitment that we will get together to be able to visit these roadside construction. Do I have a commitment from you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Donifred Gregory, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Earle, I want to make sure that what you laid out earlier with regards to the Enoch Embar Library, your plan is actually in line with the law. You and I will discuss that offline, but I need you to verify that offline for me because I see some concerns, and I believe that, I don't really see here in the law where we truly have an opportunity, and I may have missed it, for, I see a reading room, but I don't really see an opportunity for our children to traverse this space. Did you say that you were using that for this on the second floor?
That's correct.
Okay, good. But we'll talk about this some because I know you want to put office space in here, and I see that there is an opportunity to sell materials on the third floor in the legislation. So we can discuss that often. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. Commissioner Ottley, has the U.S. Government Accountability Office, have they come down to the Virgin Islands to do any assessment of how FEMA has dealt with the territory?
Yes.
Good.
Early on, they did. And they, incidentally, they had invited me to testify to Congress on the work that they had done here
Is there
in
a
the
report?
Televine. Yes, there was a report
Can we
early
please
on.
get a copy of it through the chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the bundling projects again. So how are we going to deal with, some of these projects are fixed costs, some of them are standard, but how are we going to deal with the soft costs? Because I know that we did not give consideration for soft costs as we were building this work. So I'm a little concerned about that soft cost component, because if you're bringing outside folks here, they're building man camps, etc., usually there must be some costs associated with providing for the sustenance of those individuals. How have you contemplated the soft cost component?
So the
1 minute.
costing that is done by FEMA incorporates every single aspect. There's a part A, a part B, a part C. There's different
So you
parts.
are comfortable
there's-
with the soft costs?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to go back to the local contractors. I firmly believe, and I'm not moving away from my position on this, that we must have some sort of a media campaign calling our local contractors. We have to include them in this process. I think based on the responses that I heard, it is more of the contractors that are currently doing business with the Virgin Islands government that contact was made with. We need to expand our scope. Everybody has to get an opportunity. So I really believe that we need to get with the campaign, whatever resources you have, to let our local contractors know, look, we see you, and we want you to be included in this. Is there option to stay out or not? But we don't want here, we didn't know. Okay? Let's go back to the Super PMO. The Super PMO is an outside contractor, outside of government, correct?
Super PMO is a component
the person
of
that will be
ODR.
providing that service, that will be assisting with the Super PMO. That's what I meant. I think you call it the ER or something.
The EDM is a
Yes.
position. Is a position.
It's a position.
Yes.
Okay,
to
so
be an
help me to
employee.
understand how you're dealing with the Super PMO.
The Super PMO is a component of ODR. The EDM will manage, will have staffing positions, and all of the functions will be backfilled with contractors.
Okay, I'm going to close by just saying I am just very concerned about how realistic it is for us to bring on these employees to do this work. We have to stay positive about this because we got to get the projects moving. But I want us to be as realistic as possible. Sometimes we think a lot about the bureaucracy. we kind of need to streamline some of the bureaucracy so we could get these things moving. So let's be realistic in our approach to this. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. We're going to try one more time. I think Senator Alma Francis Heidegger kind of used some different strategies, did some MacGyvering, so hopefully we can hear her now. Senator, you're recognized for your... We're hearing you now. We're hearing you.
Yes, excellent. You got to do what you got to do. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. My first set of questions has to do with public works and property and procurement in their attempt to try to mitigate some of these projects and deal with the contracting aspect of it. We are in a time crunch and we have 24 hours in a day. Are we planning on negotiating into these contracts that potentially the workers are working on 2 shifts, whether it's an 8-hour interval, whether it's 12 hours shift? What are we doing in regards to that, minus saying that we might have to do cost overruns for night differential? I am not really a fan of this, because if that's what you're going to tell me, I say to people, Alaska is dark 6 months out of the year and they have sunlight 6 months out of the year and people still go to work. And for me, I see us utilizing shifts around the clock to help speed up our time frame and getting these projects done. Is that something you guys are negotiating as well? Property and procurement specifically for this one.
Senator Lisa Alejandro, basically when we receive the scope of work is based on a time frame and the expectation of the contractor to complete the work within the time that both DPW, the engineers, and the contractor that responds to it provide those services. Now, how they utilize this?
Well, I understand, ma'am, in regards to a time limit, but I'm asking you, we have to be innovative at this point. We have to come up with ideas to guarantee that these projects are done, because we do give people timelines in these contracts, and a lot of times, oh, it's not finished, cost overruns, change the scope. This is what we constantly hear.
1 minute.
So for me, we as a government, I'm asking, are we going to push these types of narratives in negotiating these contracts? That's what I'm trying to find out. So it's not a thought process for you guys at all, just dealing with a hard line timeline.
Senator, I can respond. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, DPW. So it really is a balance. We have very extensive conversations with our contractors about how they plan to execute the projects in the timeline that we're given. I think that, each island is a really small-knit community. So even when we're doing our road projects, oftentimes they directly abut a neighborhood. And a lot of the residents don't want to deal with the noise or light issues that come with working at night. We ask the contractors to provide their solutions to executing the contracts or projects in the timelines that we give them, and then it's up to them to execute it on the approved with the approved mechanisms.
Time.
Okay, that goes back to speaking to you, Mr. Gabriel. One of the things I do notice a lot of times with us doing some of the road projects, it has to do with, you would see people during the day striping the roads, and then cars are rolling over these stripes. I've never seen anything like it. Do you guys negotiate to do some of these in the evening? Because I understand what you're saying about the light, but if we're on a crunch, we're potentially getting $15-20 billion. Sometimes things have to give in order for this emergency project to go through. So I understand we have to accommodate the people of the territory, but sometimes we have to come up with other ideas and make sure they're negotiated in to get these projects done. And specifically, how do you handle those striping? That's something I'm concerned about when I watch all the time.
So just in regards to striping, I think, striping, most of the striping, I would probably say 99% of it is done, like, as you mentioned, during the day. It is high traffic time, but that's the safest time for them to stripe. Not only that, but the sun also helps the striping to kind of adhere to the roadway a little bit quicker. So that just, I guess, that addresses striping. In regards to vertical construction, I would say that there are several elements, several activity centers that can be done at night where there's minimal impact to the surrounding community, especially once the building is erected, once they're inside. And I think a lot of that is done. We see that on several of our projects ongoing now. But as far as on the horizontal side, there's a balance that has to be struck.
Mr. Chair, I heard you say time. Do I have to do point of information after, or could I ask a few more questions?
I'm going to give you some leeway, Senator. You can ask a couple more questions.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I wanted to ask a question in regards to the 2% and 5%. I do appreciate what the administration did in trying to negotiate to get those matching funds down. And I know one of my colleagues was asking for the data on the 98% match. Could I also make a request to get overall for also the 95% match as well, and the deadlines for those also? I wanted to ask about the bundle, the Envision Tomorrow program. Several of my colleagues touched on it. That is a major problem or concern for a lot of us in the community. For me, why, and this is for Ms. Williams Octolus, what I want to know specifically, when it comes to dealing with the contractors, I know several months ago I had spoken to yourself and Ms. Clendenin in regards to the law that says that for homeowners, they can be their own contractors. And it was something you guys said you would look into. Is that something that you decide to incorporate, or after you looked at it, it's something you won't be able to touch at all? I know I had a conversation that said it potentially, it was happening, but I want to make sure what all avenues are open to make sure we have enough contractors to get these projects through.
Yes, Senator. The owner-led approach is something that when ODR took it over, we started doing research as to how we can implement that. So we have drafted a program for owner-led, starting with a pilot program of 30 homes to make sure that we work out the kinks and provide support to homeowners to be able to do the work on their own, but still have the payments processed through the program. So the next step for us is to have HFA to approve the proposal that we put together, and then we will have to do a substantial amendment to be able to implement that within the programmatic the agreements, the subrecipient agreements for the program. So we're at the first stage. It requires 2 more approvals, and we hope to implement it later on this year.
Well, Ms., I am very happy to say that, because when I made the suggestion a couple of months ago, I know you guys said you would dive in and check it out. So I'm very happy that you actually made the effort. And even if it's a pilot program, let's try different avenues to see if this could work. Because at the end of the day, I don't want us to have deadlines and we miss deadlines, we run out of money. I want the people to get their homes. I want us to spend as much of this money as possible. My final question, I wanted to ask about when it comes to dealing with the potential of gross receipt taxes. If we get $15 billion, that's roughly about $750 million that's going to be put into the coffers of the general fund via gross receipt taxes. I know we had an issue prior when it came to 2 companies wanting back their gross receipts. Now, if it's a situation that, yes, we potentially would get the 5%, that if in the future this piece of this law changes and those individuals would now get another 5% reimbursement, that would then, by technicality, reduce our overall budget by another. If we do get 15 million, reduce it down by another $750 million. Have you made accommodation for that, or are we completely leaving it alone where we're still of the same stance that the law does not allow for it now, even though legislation was being pushed previously? Do you still see those contractors still pushing for that?
So, Senator, the request was made by those contractors for us to put that before FEMA, and FEMA denied it. We have, that's the only contract where that's an issue, because gross receipts and the requirement to pay gross receipts is incorporated in all other contracts.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the indulgence this round, okay?
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Director Actolin, you have a lot of heavy hitters in this whole initiative. You know, you have the executive delivery manager, you have the executive director of the hospital construction team. If there's a dispute along the way, have a disagreement between, let's say, the hospital improvement team and the executive delivery manager, who makes the final call? Is there a role for you as the head of ODR in this process, or am I overthinking it?
No, I mean, that is, so under the Office of Disaster Recovery, the EDM will report up to the reporting structure. We are building in conflict resolution portions in the process, because if there's technical issues and technical things that need to be discussed, then that is done again with all of the program, the owners, as well as the super PMO. So those processes are there. There's still a decision that needs to be made. Ultimately, we always make decisions based on what's best for the required for the funding and the program, the regulatory requirements.
Fair enough. Before we wrap up, I see Senator Noel Francis. Mr. President, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Just real quickly, I know that we're going to wrap up. I wanted to ask you, Director Actolin, in respect to, have we received approval from HUD or FEMA for the handling and funding of this initiative, the bundling initiative?
The approvals, there's no FEMA approvals necessary there in per se. It is always done in a project delivery process, so all of the approvals that's necessary is delivered in the process. So the scope, the plans, all of that will be done by project, and once they approve it, we follow it moving through. We must be able to just document and ensure that the federal requirements are met.
So at this point, you don't see any barriers in regards to getting the approval of HUD or FEMA in this initiative?
So to err on the side of caution, we are doing presentations. I met with FEMA this week, Wednesday, where actually the RAND group that was here before that did our projections that we were talking about, 5,000, 7,000 employees, all of the economic projections, actually said to me that we were excited to hear that you were bundling, because this is the only way that it's going to get done. So that participating in that meeting was the recovery director, Haj, who shared in, understanding the process. And we still also, as to the extent that we would be using the HUD funds, we need to present to HUD, but we have presented to FEMA.
Is there any other initiative being considered by the Office of Disaster Recovery at this time in respect to the build-out implementation of our capital projects?
No, all our efforts are into this one. We're trying to make sure that we do this and we do it right, and incorporate all the stakeholders. And roll out the first three to make sure that there's any lessons learned or anything that we can incorporate to continuous improvement as we roll out the rest of the bundles.
Well, and in terms of is there any priorities? I just heard you mention about the first three. Is there any priorities among the bundles? What is vertical or horizontal? Is there any priorities that you're saying that needs to be done in a timely fashion, be it our hospital or schools or whatever? Any priorities?
The first priority is the health bundle for St. Croix. That is Wang F. Louis Hospital and the Donna Christensen complex. That's Charles Howard and Herbert Grigg. That's the first bundle for St. Croix. And St. Thomas, it's a school bundles that we're going to roll out first. They have the most obligated projects, and we wanted to ensure that we get that started for St. Thomas. And then it will be the horizontal bundle for St. Croix, which is our north side projects. And of course, that is in relation to helping the brown water issue, resolving that. So that's the criteria for prioritizing the horizontal bundles for St. Croix.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. Can I just wrap up with two final real quick, please?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you. Into DPNR Commissioner Earle, in respect to the permitting process, and I would imagine that you also discussed that during your presentation, how are we addressing the timely permitting process that will be required to make sure that these bundles are carried out in a timely fashion?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So, as I mentioned, these larger projects, they're actually, for the vertical projects, they're actually not going to be bundled for permitting. They're going to have to come because each project actually has to go through their record of environmental consideration independently before you can actually get your scope of work approved and go out to bid. And so we'll be dealing with them individually, but what I mentioned earlier was that, we have a consultant engagement with the International Code Council that can assist us in reviewing the projects for the structural, electrical permitting, those types of things. And right now, our federal consistency process that we're doing for all the other NEPA considerations, it's actually been working very well. What we're trying to do right now is see what more we can incorporate into the federal consistency so that now if we just run one federal consistency for each project, it can cover all of the 6 different things that are covered under NEPA.
Very well. Thank you for that. And real quickly, Director Ottley, have you determined the benefit of gross receipts that could be realized as a result of moving these projects forward in a timely fashion? What is the amount that the local government will be able to benefit in terms of gross receipt on these projects?
So of course it's 5% of all of the payments, the contract amounts. We are still working on creating a model so that we can see what the the compounded, yes, impact. We do not have a model. We've asked the Argonne group that has been provided to us to help us to build out a model to see what the compound returns are on that 5%.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency and time. And again, I believe that this is the best approach so far in being able to maximize these projects. And as you have heard, is the only game in town. So we need to just continue to do oversight, to make sure that we're all able to realize and benefit from getting these projects moving in a timely fashion. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses to the team.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Commissioner Alejandro, I wanted to ask you a question. I was looking through the flip chart that Director Ottley provided, and it's saying procurement, 2-step procurement process. And down at the bottom in blue, it says Buy America requirements are not applicable. So I wanted to just ask you if you're aware of that and why. And
Yes, that has already been, it's in the presentation. For the FEMA funds, it is not applicable.
Okay.
That determination was provided to us very early on. That was a question that we asked. So it's slightly different in some of the other areas, but like the IIJA, but for the FEMA funds, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask you about the DUNU project. If you're aware of where we are with that, I know that's a little...
Yes. So the DUNU project, there's a request in for additional funds because of the remediation. The team is currently reviewing the cost reasonableness of that request. In addition to that, it will require a substantial amendment because it'll be a significant change over the amount. So it will have to go back for public notice because it's a significant amount.
Okay. What are your priorities for St. John?
And, I had that when you were going to wrap up, I was going to add that we have not forgotten St. John. St. John's priorities are Julia Sprouse School and the Myra Keaton Clinic to be in that first bundle for St. John. I did mention the first bundles for St. Croix and St. Thomas, but not St. John. But the St. John bundle is also in the first rollout.
Okay, Sprouse School. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And you opened up the question regarding the DUNU project. And I noted, Director Williams Ottley, you mentioned remedial. What remedial projects or process that's needed on the DUNU project? What do you have to...
Oh, remediation. There was
remediation, sorry.
The environmental issues, contaminants that's on the site, remediating those.
Okay.
That has increased the cost of the project.
And what were those environmentals?
It's asbestos in the soil, Senator. So when the project was demolished years ago, it wasn't done properly.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity, because we've been hearing conflicting information, and I'm so glad that we're being able to identify that is what has delayed the project from moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Colleagues, we've exhausted our line of questions for presenters. Senator Fred Gregory, do you have... So we absolutely want to thank the presenters for their diligence and for their candid responses. I want to particularly thank Commissioner J.P. Oriel for literally spending the day here with us from early this morning. This meeting was supposed to start at 9:30. We had a delay, and Commissioner Oriel was a great sport. He even filled in to do some impromptu presentations before the group from Julius E. Sprouse School. So we are very grateful, Commissioner, for your efforts. I really believe that I tend to look at these things from an optimistic perspective. And I believe that we have to extend kudos to the governor, to Director Ottley, to her team, for recognizing that it is time for us to, after assessing where we are, after looking at the projections, that we must take a different course. And the super PMO approach, the bundling initiative, I think if we're able to pull this off, and I am optimistic that we can, it will accelerate our pace of recovery. And I think the alternative is to continue on the path of status quo. And we know what the result of that will be. So I am optimistic that we will see this process through, and this body will be here to provide some oversight, to make adjustments along the way to see how we can help. But the people of the Virgin Islands, their concern is, when are we going to get these transformative projects done? It affects their quality of life. It affects our health care. It affects our education system. It affects just about everything here in our community. So I am willing to really give the administration an opportunity to get this process working efficiently. Before we wrap up, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Ottley, Commissioner JP, to just give us your 30-second wrap-up. Mr. McLean, I can't believe we went through a session and this is you quietly, I don't know if the Commissioner Gabriel was blocking you because nobody asked you a question. That's the first time that you've come down here and didn't have an opportunity to say anything, but you can go forward.
Thank you, Senator. I'll just start by saying I'm glad this is the first time in a while that I've come down here and only gotten one reference to snakes. So that's a good day for me. I would agree with everybody who feels that like the things are not happening fast enough. But for those on the ground, and I'm speaking particularly for my staff, because every single project that might be on a list touches DPNR. Every single one. And if it doesn't go through DPNR properly, then that means somehow, some way, the government will have to repay that money. So that's a lot of projects. And we talk about, every time we come down here, that we're basically exhausting all the human capital that's available in the territory right now. And we don't have enough human capital right now. So getting more innovative to be able to pull off this transformation, we have to give that a chance. And so from small projects that might be in my office to get services back up for libraries, our services back up for St. John, to, again, reestablishing good quality, solid health care with all the facilities, schools, everything. We have to give the chance to be transformational at this point because, it is daunting to think about what $15 billion is. And what's even more daunting is what 2% is. Because everybody thinks that we have 15 billion. No, you have 15 billion if you can match that 2%. So, but, on behalf of my team, I just want to thank them for all the hard work that they do to try and move as quickly as possible all of these projects. And we've done it without being successful in increasing staff significantly. And they still have the everyday things that they have to do outside of the government's projects as well. So I just want to thank them for all of their hard work and efforts in making sure the disaster recovery projects stay at the forefront, because those are the ones that touch everybody. And just continue to do work on behalf of the people. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Earle. Hold Director Ottley, Commissioner Alejandro.
Good afternoon again, Senator. Thank you so much. We appreciate today's hearing. And I would also like to say alongside with my colleague here that for the people that is doing the work, it is daunting. They're not working 8 to 5, they're going beyond that. Because, it's bigger than disaster recovery, it's our territory. And so I want to thank the staff as well. And as you know, we hear about the projects that went through. All of them touch DPP. All of those projects, the negotiations, and other things that we don't see, but they materialize into actually providing the best course of life for our people here in the territory. So I want to thank my staff as well. and as well as the partnership between the recovery leaders has been nothing less than stellar. So I want to thank them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Gabriel?
Jomo, would you like to speak since? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I always find a way to have some humor. Senator, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on these important topics. Again, as my colleagues echoed, I think each and every day we wake up with our disaster recovery at the forefront, because right now it is the one thing that is probably the most daunting task that each of us face. I want to take a moment to thank our staff at the Department of Public Works. Thank you for the work that you do every day. Like Commissioner Earle said, none of these projects can get off the ground without our folks. So I just want to thank them for all their hard work. We're looking forward to executing these projects. And while the task may be great, so is our passion for and commitment for the territory. Happy Easter. Looking forward to working on this with you guys.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gabriel. Finally, Director Ottley.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for the continued focus on the recovery and the work that we're doing. We say it all the time, it's a once in a generation opportunity to transform the Virgin Islands. When I go to meetings on the mainland, they talk about the IIJA is a generational opportunity as well. So it is the prime time, and we as the leaders here are responsible for rolling this out, that it will affect our children and our children's children. And if we do it right, then we can build a more stronger, resilient Virgin Islands. I too want to thank the team that works. We don't have anything else that we do. This is our mission. Commissioner Alejandro and Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Oriol, their mission, they have a different mission outside of the recovery. But the ODR team, this is what we do all day, every day. And it was said earlier that the libraries were not a priority. That's absolutely not true. The libraries are in the top priorities, and we expect to move all of them and complete them this year. These are things that we need to do. We've learned a lot of lessons on the first 700 projects that has really set the pace and the standard for what we need to do as we launch Rebuild USVI. A lot of the things that we've done to this point was on faith. We stepped out on faith and started a lot of work that we didn't have the funding for, the full funding. We started design. This body provided a line of credit that we pushed projects forward before we got obligations. Now we have obligations. We have to continue to have the faith and the vision to pull this through. I just want to thank the team here. These are the people that I rely on all day, every day when there's challenges and problems to get it done. And I appreciate all of you as we continue to rebuild the Virgin Islands and build a legacy of resilience. So thank you for everyone today.
Thank you very much, Director Ottley. Colleagues, we have definitely exhausted our questioning for the day, and the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning meeting for March 21st, 2024 is hereby adjourned.